Dong, dong, dong. It's 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. It's time for the Idiot Show. Before I get started, I'd like to go over our standard pre-stream warning. This stream may not be family friendly. This stream may not be child appropriate. This stream may not be appropriate for any audience at any time for any reason whatsoever, whensoever, whosoever, wheresoever, or howsoever. I tend to curse a lot. Sometimes I can go a couple hours. Sometimes every other word. My chat tends to get a bit on the spicy side. Adult situations, conversations, words, and undergarments may be discussed. If you are easily offended, easily triggered, anything I just said does not sound appealing, or you just don't like the sound of my voice, the kid-friendly streams are down the hall and to the left. Without further ado, let's do something. And let's get some music going. Get that actually dialed into the right volume. There we go. Agree and proceed. Continue. Let's do it. Let's do it to it. So I haven't really done a whole lot in game between streams. I did some math in Satisfactory Modeler, and mostly I've been working on cutting up streams for videos. I had a whole big issue with my Planet Crafter video. What's going on, wattage, where I recorded a 50-minute video for Planet Crafter, and when I went to go edit it, I realized that Planet Crafter had switched over to 4K, and I was only recording at 1440, so I only got like a quarter of the screen, which nobody wants to watch a video where half of the, or well over 2/3 of the screen is literally just cut off. So I had to do a new video to kind of sort of go over everything, because the biggest problem with Planet Crafter is you don't get multiple saves. Like, you can't save game as, and like you can here in Satisfactory. You just save the game, and whether you hit that save game or if you hit the 30-minute timer, you can't go back, which kind of sort of sucks. Makes it very, very, very difficult to correct any screw-ups. You can't save scum. Well, you can, as long as it's within that 30-minute window. But like I said, I didn't notice it until after I was ready to edit the video, and by then I was already happy with, or relatively happy with what I had recorded, so I had already hit that magic save button, and I couldn't go back. That kind of sucked. Okay, why is my chat overlay not working? Okay, why is that not working? That kind of fucking sucks. Let me check. Oh, yeah, that's why. That's why. Hello, Johnny. Hello, Vogue. Yeah, figured out why chat overlay's not working. I never turned StreamBot on. Or StreamerBot on. No, that should work for you. I had to reboot my computer because, well, A, it's not a bad idea to reboot it every once in a while, and B, my VLC just decided to completely crash on me. So while I was trying to go through videos and stuff, double-clicking on the video wasn't actually opening VLC. No freaking clue what the hell is with that, but rebooting the computer fixed it, so. But today, we're gonna actually get some legit work done. As the stream title suggests, we're processing oil today. Oh, we're gonna finish the Caterium, and then we're gonna process oil. So I'm gonna finish the refineries I started Friday, and then we'll get started with oil. Hair in my face. Hold on a second. I'm sure anybody who's got long-ish hair knows full well the annoyance of just having one little hair floating around on your forehead or eyebrows or down on your nose, depending on how long your hair is. And it's just annoying. Okay, so first things first, we're going to get rid of the silica shit. I don't need to be sinking all this silica. This was solely here as a way of me measuring my silica production, and yeah, we figured that out a while ago. We don't need to play with that no more. So let's get rid of all this stuff. I'm gonna switch back to the hoverpack. The jetpack's nice and all, but once you're in an area that has power, you don't. I'd rather use the hoverpack. Jetpack is just a lot faster to get around with. And get rid of all this shite. Get rid of the sinks, they're not needed. Ooh, that's not good. What was priority group 7 turned off? What is priority group 7? Ah, alright, well. I'll take this and we'll just connect that there. Yeah, Osadon Dan is wattage. We need iron ingots on, we need copper ingots on, we need quartz crystal on, we need all that stuff turned on. I'll have to, we'll be coming through here later to, we'll clean up the wires and stuff down the road. But I need silica for the aluminum. I need the aluminum for down there. At the moment, I am still running the power matrices. Basically, I haven't touched this save for any real reason since Friday's stream. So we're at the exact same point as I left it Friday. So if you were here Friday, towards the end of stream, you realize I got my 7 power augmenters here, fully fed with power matrices. We ran out a little bit of backlog, but that's fine. I'm not 100% sure why we would have run out of any backlog, but whatever. Hey, Idjit Hun, where do I post my streams at? You post your streams in the Creator Hub. That is what that is for. Hey, going on, Cross? How you feeling today, bud? Okay. First thing I want to do before we even touch Caterium is I want to get all of these belts, everything that's left, I want to move them out here and start a a belt highway for them. Everything I'm going to need down the road, and I do quite literally mean down the road, is coming with me. Okay, do we have any empty belts here? Yeah, we got a whole bunch of empty belts. We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 belts. So I'm kind of thinking this, we'll just do, god damn it. We're going to spend a little bit of time this stream doing some belting. I know, we all hate belting. Haven't I done enough belting? Blah, 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 blah. I completely agree. I've done more than enough belting. I am just as tired of belting as everybody else is. Okay. So we got the silica. Yeah, not that kind of belting. I'm doing okay, man. Thanks, sure. Need to take my meds and go for a walk. Yeah, that's fine. Make sure to take your meds. Maya's here early, and I think I saw a Casper there for a second. Spaghetti belting is the best. I'm gonna try to minimize the spaghetti. I got a little bit of spaghetti here, just because I'm going from a 3 wide to a 2 wide, because I'm gonna have some pretty tall stacks. So, might as well. Do I make a blueprint for this? Not just yet. But we'll get to a blueprint. But to a point, I kind of dislike the blueprints because they force you into curve mode, and I really, really like how straight mode looks. I don't know, maybe it's just a personal thing. I like how straight mode looks. No spaghetti, only pipe pain. Yeah, we'll get to the pipes, I promise. I do need to keep track of which one of these really ain't got squat on it, but man, that's what sinks are for. And I don't really think it matters all that much because I'm pretty sure all of this silica goes to making nuclear. So I don't think it really matters which one's the crap belt. It's short of, feeding it into the right hole. But I'm going to bring everything that's left that way, quite a ways. And I could do what Johnny always suggests and color code my belt. I'm lazy. I really wish we had a zoop mode on these. Yeah, just one of those other things that one of those little quality of life things that I think would be kind of nice. Obviously, you're never going to find a game that's 100% every single little tiny thing that you want in a video game, unless you make your own damn game. And even then, you're probably going to hit limitations of just how you can make things work. Bean juice. I have no bean juice. There is no bean juice here. I drank it all. You can zoop the stackable poles? Oh, damn it. Oh, yeah, it's not that one that I'm thinking of. It's the, it's one of the other ones. Yeah, because that one always turns on to onto zoop mode, and I don't want it on zoop mode. Thank you, Vog, for reminding me that I'm dumb. Here I am bitching about something that's already in the game. I could have swore it was some other stackable that I wanted zoop mode on and it's not on. Can't remember which one it is. Oh, no, I didn't even see it cross. Yeah. Thank you guys both for reminding me that I'm just being dumb and didn't realize that one actually has. I'm just ignoring every single thing that Heather's saying. I think that's probably a safer bet right now. Okay, so my goal here is I want to bring this out. Probably bring it out one, and then I will drop it. Because I'm only bringing 4 stacks of SAM with me. Oh, it's the, it's not the stackables, it's these. I wish there was zoop mode on these. The ceiling mounts. That's the one I was thinking of. I don't really use the wall ones. But yeah, it's the ceiling ones that I want the zoop mode on. Yeah, that makes sense. No, wait, I don't need that. I'm only bringing 4 belts. On the ground. You're not good enough to get the uppies. Oh, it could be true with the wall ones too. I don't know. Yeah, but that's the one I normally bitch about is the ceiling ones because I use so many ceiling ones. It'd be nice if you could, if they had left or right zoop as well. Yeah, no reason to say my bad. I mean, I literally forgot that I could even do it. So you're doing better than me. I'll have to do some kind of like catwalk or something to get over this thing. Okay. The lavender lemon berry. Yeah, nope. Lavender is not a food. I'm gonna bring these out basically as far as I can. Lavender is a scent for soap and lotions and stuff like that. It is not meant to be consumed. I don't care if it's edible. I'm allowed to have my freaking statements. No matter how wrong they may be. Yay for an actual lunch break? Wow, that never happens. Oh, hell, I wouldn't know. Okay. Once I get all this assembled, then I'll go make a blueprint for it. I know these each stack to 3. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of lavender either. I'm a pretty basic bitch, and I like vanilla. I like strawberry. I like the smell of pineapple. I like the smell of actual coffee. I don't normally do a lot of like flowers. Floral scents and not so much. I'm fat. I like things that smell like food. Now that makes sense, right? Oh, I will behave yet now? Yeah, I'm calling bullshit on that one too. I think we all know Heather ain't gonna do no behaving. Okay, so it's supposed to be one more notch over. I gotta bring all my sulfur because we're gonna be using this. We're gonna be using this and more. But I really don't think I'm going to be making rocket fuel today. If I can get the... Well, that's a good thing. Oh. Not sure if I can reveal what I was just told, but what I was just told makes me feel a lot better. My kid who's deployed or enlisted or active duty, whatever the hell you want to call it, the Marine, just gave me some really good news. So, like I said, probably can't reveal it because, you know, state secrets, blah, 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 blah. But I'll at least say it was good news. Effing YouTube being stupid again. I mean, when is it not? But at least I know it doesn't seem like it's me anymore. I'm happy enough just knowing that, you know, the buffering and errors and stuff, I knew that was me. But that does seem to be fixed. Obviously, if you notice any of them, please let me know. Because I don't see them on my end. Unless I tab out and look at OBS. Yeah, YouTube always has a delay. That delay is just always there. That is just a pure YouTube thing, and it's one of the reasons why I do dual stream. So I kind of look at it as if you're wanting to interact with a creator, Twitch is a much better place for that. You can turn down that delay on YouTube, but you kind of have to sacrifice video quality a little bit. And I want you guys to have the best video quality you can have. Because like I always say, I know you guys have a choice when it comes to your squirrel-based entertainment. So I am very grateful that you choose me to be your squirrel-based entertainment. And thus want to provide you the best quality squirrel-based entertainment I possibly can. What's going on, Shy? I'm doing pretty good. We're gonna move. We're currently getting everything back into a belt highway, so we can take it down the road. Quite literally down the road. That's why that Mark 1 blueprint maker is not there anymore. We'll split off the Caterium that I need. Shit! I just realized something. Oh no! I already set that up. That's what this, that's what that thing's for. I kind of want them out a little bit more. Let's bring those out just a little bit more. This belt right here is the leftover from there. And lucky enough, I know all of where all of this bauxite is going. Like every single drop of this bauxite has one destination in mind. And that destination is to not be bauxite anymore. Yeah, just a little bit of belting. And this belting is solely because, I don't know about you guys, but I'm starting to run some really long belts down below. And I don't want to do that. So we'll just take everything that way. That way, and we'll split it off as we need it. Seems like it'd make more sense. And I mean, I'm sure you guys have noticed, underneath is becoming kind of a cluster. Easiest way to deal with it not being a cluster, or make it less of a cluster, is stop sending shit down there. We'll send stuff down later. Okay, so I'm going to put another one of these kind of sort of here so I can bring this down. Yeah, you know as well as I do, those care packages take quite a while. He'll get it eventually. Yeah, so that's all of the bauxite that's left in the world. That's it. And it's all getting converted. Yeah, we got the spicy rock over there, Vog. This is a lot of it's going. A lot of this bauxite is going to go to be made into spicy rock. Actually, all the bauxite. No, doesn't some of it get turned into nitrogen? Damn it! Now I gotta check Modler. Okay, so all the bauxite that's currently on the planet, all the bauxite that I'm currently dealing with, that all goes to being made into uranium and more. I will be making more bauxite to turn it into nitrogen. Okay, so that's all the bauxite. Is there any leftover quartz? Hold on. No, there's no leftover quartz. All the quartz gets turned into silica, which is inside, and it's on the belt over there, and quartz crystal. So some of that shit needs to come this way too. But I should be able to get it here in this. I might shift this all one to the right, but not right now. So no quartz comes with me. all of the Caterium is coming with me. Some of this is going to be used very, 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 very soon. Like, hopefully in the next hour. And the rest gets converted. Do. All right, so that's not actually where that goes. Sometimes I think I have my spacing right, and come to find out I don't. How's everybody doing today on this fine Monday? We having good Mondays, bad Mondays, case of the Mondays, blue Monday, black Monday, purple Monday? Maybe something interesting to talk about while I run belts. Now, lucky enough, this is not going to be nearly as bad as some of the belt projects I've done because, like I said, I'm only picking up what's left. I've used a fair amount of the game's resources. No, you son of a bitch. How the hell do you have 3 days off in a row? Why was I not consulted about this? Why am I unaware of this? Not the best blueprint in the world. It's not really, the blueprint I should be using for this, but it's a blueprint that allows me to, for the most part, get this done. Oh yeah, because you gave up a day to work another day. So at least allows me to grab a large chunk of this highway and, speed this up a little bit Okay, so I need 2 more for this. I probably have a single stack blueprint. I'm just too lazy to look for it. Okay, that's all moved over here. And we can get what's left of the copper. Obviously, a lot of this copper is not moving because of reasons. Yeah, that's not what I want. Ah, sure the hell not what I want. Sorting highway half. Whatever. It's better than nothing. I have an idea of what I want to do here, and it's going to be a little funky. Get rid of these little chunks here because I already started, and there's no Control Z in this game. Those don't look straight, do they? Okay. That's kind of sort of what I want. God damn it. Of course, I was in blueprint mode. Just had a visitor try to go in a patient room to leave. Just had a visitor try to go into a patient room to leave the floor, so they couldn't figure out where the lobby was. Okay, so my idea isn't really all that far-fetched. Bring this out to connect in. Bring this one up 1 floor. Bring this one up 1 floor. Bring that one out. Bring that one out. Bring that one out. And we still got a lot of copper to move. Now, the intelligence of some people is mind-blowingly low. Coming from me, that's saying something. Okay, I don't need this one or this one. What I'm going to do is I'm going to take this 900 belt here, and I'm just going to bump it over one. And I'm going to bring this 1200 belt out and up onto here. Because there's no actual clipping like that. That gets me my impure belt here, which isn't actually set up. This is 4 wide by quite a ways tall. Like I said, I don't want to use a blueprint here because I want it to stay in straight mode. I like how straight mode looks on the turns. I think I'm going to ship sulfur all the way from the Spire Coast to make a huge weapons factory. Yeah, I didn't get that far. I have no idea how oil is in S+. Yeah, this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 belts high. So it's currently at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I can't even go out that damn far. Alright, we'll have to make a half blueprint. Or a half rack. We'll have to make a rack halfway down. That's fine. Now the biggest problem with this is now I've got... Oh, shit. Now I've got another partial belt I've got to try to keep track of. Because I'm going to be using a lot of this copper. I'm not using all of it. But I am using a lot of it. I think I'm using less than what was originally called for because I opted to use the pure ingot recipes. And because there was enough left over, the original file said, there's no real point. Plus, using the smelters, the foundries, all that stuff would have saved me a fair amount of power. I had to make a shit ton of refineries anyways, might as well make a bunch. Okay, that's all hooked up. We can bring it out, hook it onto the end of the line here. And then we've just got, what, coal, limestone, and iron to do? Iron's probably going to be the single worst one because instead of like every other one where I just peeled off like a side, on iron I peeled off the entire bottom row. So, it's going to stay with the bottom row peeled off because I am way too lazy to try to restack it. Takes way too much effort. Okay. There is still some coal left. Not much. Not much. We got 2 stacks and a partial. $14 terawatts. Yep, we're gonna get there. Currently, I am working on. Well, right now I'm moving resources because this is a huge factory, and I'm kind of of the opinion to move all the resources instead of continuing to do this stuff. It's getting to be a little bit of a cluster underneath, so we're gonna move everything so as I need it, it's a little closer, and I don't have to run ridiculous length highways, because that was a big pain in the butt to try to get stuff back to those really far away. Hit the wrong button. Just did phase 5 for the first time. Is this what you guys do in the game after you beat it? No, this is purely insanity level challenge stuff. This was a thought exercise gone horribly wrong. As in, I seriously wondered how much power you could make if you took all the world's resources and turned it all into power. And so I challenged my community to come up with what they thought was the most power and send me a modeler file, and I would build it. And 14.757 terawatts was the winning submission. Yeah, like I said, this is insanity at play. But I think anyone who spends 3 weeks running belts is definitely insane. And I don't mean 3 weeks like one stream a day. I mean, it's like 15 videos. It's like 15 7-hour streams. Because when we were thinking about it, that it was 3 weeks, we also forgot those 3 weeks I was doing multiplayer Mondays. So there's only 4 streams in those weeks. It was something like 70 some odd hours non-stop of belting. Like, this giant building behind me isn't even a factory. I don't make anything in that building. Oh, I make reanimated sand, but that is literally just a sorting facility. My wild thing, my level of craziness is best described with just that image. And then that is all the world's nitrogen and all the world's oil. Yeah, when I said I spent 3 weeks running belts, I wasn't kidding. Out of my way, power line. I don't accuse myself of being insane for no reason. Yeah. More like I need to be committed. Okay, that gives me an idea how far out I can come on this and still make my turn. My goal is to drop this. Okay. That's 1, 2, 3, so 3 stacks up. The funny thing is how many people come in and I think they're kind of not disapproving of my idea, but they don't really think I can pull off the number that I'm advertising. But they forget that those are 7 power augmenters in the distance. Those are fully fed. The only other game I played was Fortress Craft way back when. I don't think I've ever heard of Fortress Craft. I've been playing this game for about 6 months now. And I will definitely say that it's been addictive. Probably not in a healthy way either. God damn it. What is that belt supposed to be? Okay. Coal is moved. Coal is out here on the main line. Only other things we got is limestone and iron. Do. My alarm never went off. It's like I haven't seen anything about I haven't seen the panda. Give me a second. I gotta check something. Okay, so none of those turned on. Probably because I started my bot after I started the stream, so that's fine. Now they're going. That one definitely doesn't seem to be flowing at a maximum rate. So I wonder if that's the one that needs a smart splitter. Oh well, we'll deal with it later. I don't need all of the limestone. I will have to bring quartz crystal this way. So I probably need to shift this entire thing like 1 or 2 ticks to the side. How much quartz crystal do I send into nuclear? Looks like 2,700. So 3 belts. Yeah, we can just shift that 1 to the side. Like right now, I'm actually eating all of the world's quartz. That's why there's no quartz on this belt line. We'll come out Let's just line up on this one, which is one to the side, and we'll just bring it out this way. Crap. I have to make sure, find my maximum length, which is right there. Tick you over one. And like I said, we're just going to shift everything over one. That way I can bring my quartz crystal with me as well. It should be 3 belts. We're just going to throw a little sign down here. Because, you know, I want to be kind of sort of proactive on some of this. Come on, keyboard. And, you know, give myself a nice little sign so I know what in the hell that's for. Because otherwise, I am going to forget. I know full well I will forget. You guys know full well I will forget. Let's grab a bigger blueprint for this. Is it too big? Yes. Do I care? Not at all. And wait for my trigons to fill back up. Why is this one too damn long? Oh, because none of that's actually a blueprint. So, boop, boop. Fine. It's fine. I'll deal with that a little bit later. Okay, so I need another belt. Need another belt on the center one. And I need 2 belts on the Caterium. That's why is when you don't use blueprints. You run into a lot of bullshit like this. So either use blueprints or don't use blueprints. One of the two. Remember, this is not a learning channel. This is not a do as I do channel. This is generally a do it exactly the other way from how I do it. You got more crap weather coming in, Johnny? I never once said I was a role model or, you know, this was supposed to be educational. The exact opposite of educational. "55-mile-an-hour winds and storms this afternoon? Ouch. Yeah, that doesn't sound good." Get rid of all that stuff because I don't need it. And if I send this out again, I can get I can pick up my iron and my limestone. Talk about spaghetti. Where do you see spaghetti? That is a thing of freaking beauty right there. That is gorgeous. That is a work of art. That should be in the Louvre. That should be studied by future generations. Okay. Now, the limestone's kind of a mess. Because I got these gaping holes from the limestone I took for the silica. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. I can't think of a single way 26 is divided evenly. I made 2 by 13, but that's kind of it. I missed one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. No, I didn't. Now, if I could do 3 by 9 and minus 1. Oh, it's okay. It's okay if you were just trying to troll. Right now it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 wide. So I could do 7 wide by 4, which probably wouldn't be that hard. Shift this one over 1, this one up 1, this one up 1, and then I'm just missing 1. And 26 times 4, or 26 equals 4 by 6. Ceiling function would create space for 28. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm thinking. Actually, right now, I think I'm thinking, the ceiling function would say create space for 28. Yeah, I'm thinking a 7x4. 4 high, 7 wide. I don't need to create space for any more. This is everything. There is no more limestone on the planet. Also, I've already got it as a... Basically, the 7x4 is easy because, like I said, this one just drop all these, drop those, shift one of these over to this and drop it, shift this one over and drop everything on its head, and then I just got one gap here. So, I mean, I'd have 2 gaps, but yeah, whatever. It's still gonna suck to make that turn. So we're doing 7x4. So 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Probably going to move my Mark III blueprint maker, but I don't really think I'm planning on going that far. Oh no, I'll go past that because I'm going to bring my pipes under, and they're going to snake around. Maybe I misunderstood the term ceiling function. But welcome in, Meta. I do try to welcome everybody when they show up, but sometimes I space. I don't think I mean, I think I need a smart splitter on this one, so we'll probably have a 27th belt, but I'm not super concerned with it. Go ahead and get this down, bring this around in straight mode because I like the way straight mode looks. There's no other reason other than I like how straight mode looks. This means the minimum ultimate. Okay, so yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. It's kind of what I thought it meant. Itchy freaking ear. Worst thing about having to wear a headset is when your ear starts itching. All right, I realize I have one left over here. I have an idea for that. I don't like how straight mode looks when it's going downwards like that. That'll work. If I would have brought it out a little bit more, would have looked a little bit better, but whatever. We'll probably be staggering these, this mid stack here. Like it won't be at this position. It'll start coming back. But that's kind of the only one I have to do that on, right? Time for my bi-monthly shower. No, it's not. I got another 3 weeks. Probably shouldn't say that. People will start believing it. No, I think the itchy ear is mainly just caused by hair getting trapped in my headphones. I need a damn haircut. Limestone's like the only one I want to clean up solely because of the me taking so much out of it in weird places when I did my silica. That title feels scarcely in tune with the world right now. I will be working on the oil today. Oil is definitely on the agenda. I promise it is not clickbait. Or you're talking about the real world? Yeah, I get it. I keep forgetting there's such a thing as the real world. I spend so much time in this world. Okay. Now I need to bring this whole thing out more so I can get my iron out. But like I said, I don't really have to clean this up. I just have to drop it all one level. Because I don't have to worry about this one because this is why there's a smart splitter here. This smart splitter is because I'm not using a full belt, so my overflow will come right back in. I'd like to get the Belt Highway down past Caterium. What the hell? I got crotch camera again. Yeah, I'm gonna be making a blueprint. That's why I came over here. Oh, you think that's mind numbing? That was mind numbing. This is a little bit better. Okay, yeah, I can clear that. That is every single resource in the game. And that is not an exaggeration. Like I always say, this entire playthrough started out as a thought exercise, and you know, how much power could you make if you used every single resource on the map? Well, I have every single resource on the map. You just collect every resource on a belt and pipe them around the map. How do you do something like that? Like every single resource. There are 429 resource nodes on the map. There is 12,600 oil, which boils down to 21 Mark II pipes, and there's 12,600 oil, and there's 12,000 nitrogen. So that's 21 oil pipes and 20 nitrogen pipes. A lot of belt work. But that's also why I released the save game before I started tapping into those resources. So like what you're seeing me work on right now, the belts behind me, the one that I'm trying to make a blueprint for at the moment, before I started touching any of that, I released the save game. So that if anybody ever wanted, oh, how many screws could I make with all of the world's iron and everything else? How many ballistic warp drives? How many AI expansion servers? How many of this? How many of that? You don't have to spend the hours upon hours upon hours of running the belt work. It's all done. And it's available for free in my Discord. Okay, so we got... It's 333. I'm trying to match this up with this. That's my goal right now. Just realized the bot hadn't triggered at all this stream. Give it about another 5 minutes. That's 222, so those don't need it. And then 1, 2, 3, 4. So skip 3, do 4. 1, 2, 3. The most I was able to come up with without using any SAM, using all of the world's iron, all of the world's bauxite, all of the world's coal, and all the world's sulfur was 2.7 million per minute. Obviously, using SAM, I could have more resources. Using sloops, I could increase that number. Welcome in, Kiri. And welcome in, Eli, if I did not say that earlier. Okay, so now I've got a 4-stack. Yeah. That's kind of what I've noticed as well, Tone. And I'm very happy about that. Okay. Okay, so that's a 3 and then a 5. Like I said, I'm trying to match this up to that belt. So that's a 3. That's a 5. 3, 5, 4, 4. And I'm horrible at remembering numbers. That's why I'm doing this so short like this. I'm just grabbing a couple at a time. Because otherwise, I will promptly forget. That's 2 4s, and we got 2 5s. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we drop to a 4. Am I miscounting these? How badly am I screwing this up? That's a 3, a 2. 3, 2, 4. No, that should be right. So I just need these 2. Those are both 4s. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Drake, you know I don't do things easy. And I didn't think of that. It's always nice to point that stuff out, you know, when I'm about done. Thanks, Drake. There's the panda. You should see a panda in the upper left of your screen. If you happen to see the panda, please obey the panda. Remember to smack that like and subscribe button, folks. I would greatly appreciate it. Help take away some of the pain and misery caused by my own insanity. Hello and good game. Well, I was right. It's 14.7 megavolts, not gigavolts. No, I'm going for teravolts. Right now I'm at about 300 gigavolts, but I'm going for teravolts. The goal is 14.7 teravolts. And I can explain how I'm going to do it. I have the math. I also, the modeler file for this playthrough is in my Discord. Yeah, what happened is I started the stream before I restarted the bot. Because like I said early in the stream, I had to reboot my computer, and well, I didn't start the bot. And when I started the bot, I didn't realize that since I had already started the stream, it didn't activate the timers, because all the timers are based on X minutes from the beginning of stream. Since the stream had started before the bot did. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 400. I do greatly appreciate that. Oh, burpity burp. A little burpy hiccup. Yay, we hit another milestone. Yesterday I finished my first aluminum factory. It was not easy to collect all the bauxite mines by several railroad stations in one station. Yeah. That's why I don't have any railroads. And thank you to YouTube subscriber 401. Wow. I do immensely appreciate you smacking that like button. As far as all the bauxite in the world, there is 12,300 bauxite total. And it's all right there. So if you grabbed every inch of bauxite on the map, that's what you'd have. I like I said, I really do appreciate it. Like I always say, joke around my community. The joke is that I am not the panda. The panda is just my channel mascot. I am 3 squirrels in a panda costume, pretending like I'm not completely and totally insane. I fail horribly at that pretending, but that's the gist. So I do greatly appreciate anyone who, even the ones that just pop into the stream and don't stick around. Just the idea of them clicking on my thumbnail, because I know my thumbnails are kind of weak. I'm trying to learn. I'm not a graphic artist by any means. I'm just some Yahoo trying to figure this stuff out on my own. Flashlight ain't doing shit. Come on. There you go. The only reason I would run mods again was solely for the permaday mod. Not because I need permaday, but it makes it a little bit better for the audience to watch. Sorry, I'm not paying much attention in chat at the moment. Just trying to get this all buttoned up so I can make this blueprint. Figure the faster I can get this blueprint done, the faster I can get the belt work done, the faster we can finish up the Caterium refineries, and I can start on the actual oil for the stream. I try not to be all too clickbaity. So if I do a stream saying I'm going to process all the world's oil, I want to do a stream about processing all the world's oil. I hate when people do clickbaity stuff and don't even try to do what their title says. I clicked on this damn video because you said you were going to do this, and you're not doing this. That's false advertising. Today it will just be fuel. And I'm not even sure I'll get all the fuel done today. I've got 168 refineries I need to make for the oil and another 168 blenders to turn it all into fuel. That's not including the 700 refineries I need to make to turn it into turbo fuel. Need more milk to make my thumbnails stronger? Yeah, something like that. But I almost always unsubscribing in half a year. Hopefully I can keep you around a little bit longer than that. Okay, so I definitely have some that are not the right height. So like these last two here need to each go up by 1. All right, that's not a problem. We'll fix that real quick. I kind of figured I'd screw something up. And for anybody wondering, these numbers I said are not, they're not an exaggeration. I'm literally going to be using 168 refineries to process all the world's oil. Because if you think about it, a refinery fully overclocked will suck down 75 oil and turn it into 100 heavy oil residue. I have 12,600 oil processed. I have 21 pipes. 21 pipes times 8 refineries apiece. It's 168. I mean, I got coal power. There's 250 coal generators over there. Okay. Save that. That should at least allow me to move a good chunk of this beltway. Without okay. Now that grabs all of it. So click and start sending it this way. Ooh. You know, I can't do that. We gotta go make a pit stop. We gotta go visit somewhere. We gotta go visit the storage facility. I gotta go pick up trigons and time crystals. And I don't really have any super close by. I need to make a freaking hypertube launcher. By the way, if you use the arrow keys, you should be able to nudge faster. I use the arrow keys. Is there another way to nudge other than the arrow keys? Now, I'd be really happy if I can start making my turbo. Oh, no, I definitely won't be making turbo fuel tomorrow. Tomorrow, we'll probably be placing down a crap ton of converters. Because to make the amount of turbo fuel I need more sulfur than what's on the map. So, yeah, tomorrow will probably be converters because like I said, I really don't think I'm going to get done with all the fuel today. Because we are definitely color coding pipes. Because I go from 21 pipes of oil to 28 pipes of heavy oil residue to 56 pipes of fuel. We're going to be doing a lot of pipe wrangling. I don't know which one's scarier. I still don't know which one's scarier. The Mega Belt Highway, the storage facility, or how many power storages I have set up. Yeah, need to get the hypertube cannon built. That'll be an off-stream thing. But by the way, welcome in, Gnome or Nomana. I don't know how it's pronounced. I'm horrible with names. Oh, my power production is all over the place. Trigons. And time crystals. We're gonna need those. Nothing else, I'll put down a bin. But yeah, for anybody curious, I've got a little bit of storage built up. Just a little bit. And every one of those rows is a different item. What, the no mana? I kind of figured that's what we were going for. Storage array is where I keep my bad ideas. No, that storage array is not big enough for that, Johnny. My bad ideas takes up a lot more space than that. Yeah, get through this. You know I love you too, boo-boo. Thank you to YouTube subscriber number 402. I do greatly appreciate the fact you tickled that button. Just make sure you smack that like button as well. Get a little tickle and slap going on. Slap and tickle. I need to get a little bit better at saying that because I kind of think that's going to be like one of the catchphrases around here. Kind of like the whole smack that like button like it owes you money. Or obey the panda. I'm starting to get my own little catchphrases. Oh, get a room. Only if you're going to watch them, Maya. Don't worry, I'll put a chair in the corner for you. Now, see, that's a thing of beauty. You come out of the fog and it's just belts. Meow, meow. Hey, Johnny, I'm gonna send you a DM. I'm gonna send you another DM. All right. Get back over here to my build. I'll open it if Discord wants to cooperate. Yeah. Discord's been a pain in the butt recently. Okay, but at least now... Did I miss another one? No. Click. Turn around. The hologram eats my frames. I clicked, damn it. Oh, yeah. What the fuck? Oh, the funny thing about that is my very first stream ever was basically just a slideshow. I hadn't figured anything out yet, and I was told that my video quality was a little bad, but nobody told me how bad it was. So when I went back to watch it, I realized I wasn't getting frames per second. I was getting minutes per frame. It was bad. And bear in mind, I have a really, really good PC. 9800 X3D, 4080 GPU, and currently 64 gigs of RAM because my motherboard decided it didn't want to play nicely with my 96 gigs. So it's not like top of the line, but it's up there. Yeah, I'm still running a 40 series GPU because screw the 50 series. Okay, how far out is that going? That is just a copper. That is all the copper, okay. Now, one thing I always like to point out is grand total, I have over 1,500 kilometers of belt on this save. So, like, if you watched Kibitz's latest video, he talks about having limiting his objects, limiting like errant foundations and stuff like that. I don't have a whole hell of a lot of foundations laid, but it took a lot of belt work to get everything over here. And I'm only cutting one of these off at a time because I don't want to mess up any of the ones that actually have anything on them. I'm being paranoid. Ah, those autosaves hurt. Okay. Now we get the iron out. I'm not super concerned with getting that iron and stuff like that down farther because I don't need the iron for quite a while. The only thing on this belt that I'm actually concerned with moving is the Caterium. That's it. I'm just gonna put this into place because, like I've said multiple times, I like how straight mode looks. I am going to grab you. Try to figure out how far out I can send that. So about there. That's it. So if I put this about here. Any games I'm excited about coming out this year? Honestly, I don't even know. I don't pay a lot of attention to what's supposed to be coming out. And right now, this game has completely and totally engrossed my soul. I really like how straight mode looks. I'm not a huge fan of doing turns with curve mode. And until they start giving me auto connect with straight mode, I'll do this. It's a bit mind numbing, but it's also really, really relaxing to me. Thank you, Johnny. I think that's the right link. I might talk to Nerd and see if he wants to host that for me. Maybe I'll kick him a little bit of money so he can host it. So it's something a little bit better than a Google Drive. But one thing I wanted to make sure to do is I never wanted to have my save game like behind a paywall. I never wanted, like, you know, subscribe to my Patreon. I understand why larger content creators do that, but I am still tiny little small. Yeah, that should have been the week before last. Because I honestly don't know if anybody wants to save after I've started tapping into the resources. Ooh, did I miss a belt? Yes, I did. My idea was always to offer this save game free of charge, so. That's why it's on Google Drive. Yeah, I think May 1st sounds about right. Should have been the Friday before last. Because I didn't do last Friday. Okay. How far out can I put this one? Pretty damn far out there. Pretty damn far out there. About halfway on that. Okay. Make sure it's in the right spot, left to right. Okay, Amaya, take care, and we'll see you when you get back. Yeah, I think it's honestly easier for you to make a command than it is for me to make one. One hour of you are screaming, just use autoconnect, just use autoconnect. I can't, dude, I don't even think I can see yours. I'll have to dig into the bot later and see if I can figure out where those are kept. Because they got to be in there somewhere. I'm slightly worried about that rock. Oh well. Like I said, I'm going to peel a good chunk of the Caterium off, so. Alright, so what I want to do here is I want to bring all of these down one level. Since the entire bottom level doesn't have anything on it, I don't see a point in having of leaving it there. I'm not super concerned with my vertical space, but kind of looks dumb to have a belt highway that's literally missing an entire level. I need to refill my vape real quick. Nothing quite like dry hitting a vape. Damn good way to wake you up. It's like realizing you never put the tip back on. And so we'll get the iron all situated. Then we'll go over and pull the early stuff. The fuck? The hell? Something ain't lining up right here. Oh, what the fuck is this shit? Figured out. I'm dumb. Okay. Now we do the same thing. We can just pull this one forwards. lined up with the rest of the highway. The one drawback is this highway does not have lower connecting belts. So like the very bottom floor is not connected because when I built that blueprint, it was for moving the mega highway, and the mega highway, the bottom row contained all my impure belts. So they changed a lot. I didn't want to have 65,000 different blueprints for every single time something changed. Like if I had to move this belt to the left or that belt to the right so I could make room for a new belt coming on. Still need to figure out something to do with the leftover iron, copper, and limestone. Okay, iron, copper, and limestone. I have extra of that. Like I'm using a good chunk of that stuff, but to convert it into fuels. But I don't need all of it. So at some point in time when I've got my 14 terawatts, I do want to figure out something to use the rest of the iron, copper, and limestone for. Just off the top of my head, I can't think of anything that consumes only those 3 resources because I won't have anything else. Like there's no bauxite, there's no quartz, there's no Caterium, there's no coal. Okay. That's iron taken care of. We got this one belt here that's not needed. And there we go. Shit. God damn it. I have to go get more stuff. I never unchecked that box. Ugh. Alright, one more time to the storage depot. Alright, so I need to make a hypertube cannon, but... Okay. I appreciate that. Now, for anybody wondering, currently everything at the Mega Factory with the storage facility that I'm going to, everything that feeds into it is set up with smart splitters so that the vast majority, or it's set to everything can come down the Mega Belt Highway, that monstrosity. But if it's not being used down the line, it's set to overflow into the factory up here. So anytime I take anything out of the Mega Factory, it basically turns back on to resupply the storage. So like I'm currently eating a lot of time crystals and fix-it trigons. But every time I do, the factory just turns back on, eats some aluminum, eats some oil, and makes more. Not necessarily the prettiest belts in the world over here, but they work. And sometimes that's all that matters. Ugh. I'm mainly doing this because, well, I need more than what I can store in my dimensional storage. Alright, let's go get the belts, this little bit of beltway done. We'll get the Caterium knocked out, and then we'll start working on oil. I kind of sort of have a plan in mind for the oil, because I'm not just doing oil, I'm also going to be processing the 7 belts of polymer resin that I'm going to have. And again, I kind of wish that number was a joke, but no. 7 Mark 6 belts. Completely, totally full. And every bit of that polymer resin gets used. So I don't even get to like sink any of it. The grand total for the entire playthrough is I will end with only having 2 sinks on the map. And that's it. Oh, yeah, 2 sinks. There's one for dark matter crystals over here, and there's one for the plutonium rods. That is quite literally the only sinks I get to have. And get this out here. Yeah, because like when I go to conveyor too long, that's 2,000 time crystals and trigons. Obviously, I could have just made multiple belt highways, but yeah, I'm too lazy for that. How did you copy same item to build? Are you on PC or console? If you're on PC, it's the middle mouse button. As far as copying blueprint, you just have to be in blueprint mode. So like I go into my deconstruct, press R to go into blueprint mode, select, look at what I want to deconstruct. Like I don't want to deconstruct the foundations. I want that beltway. I don't want to deconstruct it, so I won't left click. I'll hit the middle mouse button and grab it. Not a problem at all. There's a lot of little things like that that you don't really notice, and sometimes it's easier just to ask. So if it's something I know how to do, I'll definitely tell people. I want to do one. I should be able to get one more of these built. Try to be at least a little educational here. So that's the only belts I actually care about, because like I said, I'm just looking to get the Caterium down here. Everything else is going to come down here. I just started playing this game. I do have a start of a guided playthrough that kind of goes through and explains the kind of the first two phases, and in kind of autistic detail. A couple of factory builds that kind of show you how to like be perfectly optimized. Because that's the scariest thing about this whole playthrough, is everything is dialed in exactly. So when I say I need 4,263.27 quartz for this production, I need exactly that, because I don't have anything to spare for the next area. I have iron and copper and limestone to spare, but out of the 10 resources, I'm consuming everything of 7 of them. Oh, I did actually, before the stream started, I did actually drop everything from this playthrough into its own playlist. So it's no longer in the everything else playlist. There is now a 14.7 terawatt live playlist, and there will soon be a 14.7 episodic playlist. Because I'm about halfway through the first episode. And this shit's taking a long time to get cut. Yep. My mind doesn't work either. This is broken level shit. Now, bear in mind, what I am doing here, and this goes to anyone watching, this is not anything you will ever have to do. This is insanity challenge stuff. This is the Satisfactory equivalent of doing a no-hit Elden Ring run. It's not something you have to do. So do not take my playthrough as, oh, I've got this to look forward to. No, you don't have to do this. This is a thought exercise brought to life. Okay. So I've got... That's concrete. Those are my Caterium lines. Oh yeah, and then chat had to make things even worse. They didn't feel this was enough suffering, so they set ground rules for me. And in their defense, I did ask them to vote on said ground rules, so it is completely and totally my fault. But they didn't have to choose the worst possible friggin' options. You have no idea what's going on. Is there anything in particular that's you're not understanding? I have no problem going through and explaining things. But welcome in, Big Bad or Big Bag and History Future. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome to the Idget Show. Hey, you know what? We need a poll. We need a freaking poll. There we go. Yeah, I'm glad Johnny's the one that said that one and not me. No, like I said a little bit ago, this is not something you have to do. This is insanity level stuff. Okay, so I need the Caterium. All my Caterium is right here. So we're just going to get rid of all the belts the Caterium is sitting on. It might seem a little stupid, but I need my Caterium right here. So we're going to do floor holes, figuring out how much I need for this. And I'm going to bring you guys over to Modeler. That way, if anybody who's not familiar with this application, I can kind of show you how broken this shit is. This is my Modeler file. This shows every single step that I have to go through. And this shows all the lines between it. Like here is every single resource on the map. What I am currently doing is Caterium, which is here. I need 5,177.13 Caterium per minute. I'm going to throw that in a notepad real quick because otherwise I'm going to forget the number. .13. Okay, grab that. We'll go back over to the game. I try not to keep you guys looking at Modeler for all too long because if you're not familiar with it, Modeler is really, really confusing. Okay, so I need 5,177.13 divided by 1,200. So I need 5 belts. And I want them about here. Well, we'll do that. It gives me 5 belts. Every single one of these things wants 57 point, I don't remember numbers, 524. 524. We take 1200, a maxed out belt. So I can feed 20 plus machines per belt. Oh, I have 90 machines. If I remember right, I have 45 machines per row, which would make sense. I have 2 rows. God damn it. Let me double check how many machines are down this row. I'm pretty freaking sure it's 45, but I want to make absolutely positively sure. That's 46 machines. Why are you... something screwed up here. I probably grabbed one from another row. That's an oil setup that would make ExxonMobil proud. Yeah, you want to know the scary thing? I haven't even started oil yet. This isn't oil. Oil's... Okay. How the hell do I have 46 machines? What else am I grabbing? Alright, we gotta count these individually because this is not working. 4, 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, 28, 32, 36, 40, 44, 45. Where the hell is this 46th one coming from? I'm wondering if I've got a blueprint down below this that is somehow finding. Experimental, maybe a bug. It could be. Right there is 45. I don't know. Let me double check I didn't do this stupid again. Nope. I have a really bad habit of when I put blueprints right next to each other, sometimes I'll move my mouse a little too early and it'll go right below it or right above it. For oil, that was less complicated than aluminum, but that was an absolute mess. Aluminum is not bad once you understand liquid priority. My biggest issue when I get to oil, which will be here momentarily, shortly, is solely going to be the sheer volume of pipes I have to work with. So that's 4, 8, 12, 16, 20. Okay, so I need a priority merger here that's pointed the right direction. Get rid of this because we're going to put a normal merger here. Now, for anybody new to the game, this is probably not going to make instant sense. But I promise I will make it make sense. Okay. Go ahead and put that there. I don't use valves at all. I mean, I'm using valves on my aluminum, but not for the reason you may think. I will never use a valve to try to dial a number in. Valves do not like working like that. To me, a valve is either an on or off thing or a head pressure reset. I do not use valves to try to dial in numbers. Not saying you can't do that, but I don't. My biggest recommendation when it comes to aluminum is make sure to get the sloppy aluminum and pure aluminum ingot recipes. They will stop you from pulling out your hair a lot. They take silica completely out of the equation. Unfortunately, I couldn't do that in this playthrough. I don't mean I didn't want to. I mean I couldn't. All right, that's got to be half a notch off or something. That's being extra stupid. The stupid straight mode build bug. And it's half a notch off. There we go. I don't know why people are that bad at pipes, but for me, that's clearly how pipes working. No, I got no problem advising. I'm definitely not somebody to really take advice from because I don't know what the hell I'm doing. If I knew what I was doing, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Oh, that's all kinds of jacked up. Why are you so jacked up? Are you on that freaking angle? Oh, you're straight. I hate this damn bug. If you notice, there's a slight bend to it right here at the end. And I am nothing if not anal retentive. My go-to when I'm playing this, when I'm starting out and my early game stuff, is I go out of my way to I get my hover pack, I get my power towers, I get my zip line, and I get my rifle. Rifle and rebar gun with explosive rounds. Those 5 things. Once I have those, I'm ready to go explore. Is that the same damn number? Yes. So that's 10 machines. What's going on, Egyptian? So every 10 machines, I need a water pump. But once I get the hover pack, the rifle, the power towers, and the zip line, and explosive rebar, I go out on a major hard drive hunt. 5, 6, 10. 1, 2, 3. That's 8, 9, 10. Get rid. Connect. 6, 10. So I should have 5 left here and 5 left on the other side. Ooh, that's nice. Right now, I am at about 300,000 megawatts. When it wants to run smoothly, which it's definitely not running all that smoothly. There's a power pole. Yeah, it's definitely not running very smoothly. But bear in mind, I've got a lot of geysers, and what you're seeing, the major thing to look at is this number right here. The way I do it with pipes is not use the whole throughput if it's connecting to multiple machines. That fixes a lot of sloshing issues. Yep, that's kind of what I'm doing here. Because as you saw, each one of these machines is wanting 57.5-ish. So I'm only hooking up to 10 machines. I'm only going to need 572 and a quarter. Nope, screw it. It's getting 600. Because I would especially when it comes to water. I need so freaking much water in this playthrough. What's up with that weird number? Are you talking about the purple number on my power graph? The power boost number? I'm only making about 100,000 megawatts of power. Total. Like actually producing 100,000 megawatts of power. It's just because of the weird overclock speed I have. That's how I've got my power boost, though. Oh, wait, what? Hold on. We gotta do a little diagnosis. Yeah, I agree. That's why the water machines are down there, where I don't have to see them. I'm running out of power matrices. What is having issues? It's not sand fluctuators. We're good on that. A back one there. Why are you yellow? Why are you running at 42%? Why are you running at 80? Why are you not getting enough power shards? Why are you not getting enough time crystals? The hell? Oops. Normally I don't bother with geothermal, but because of max power, I want all the power. Okay, and you're yellow as well. Why are you yellow? Well, you don't have. God damn. Alright. Easy enough fix. Remember, kids, always double check your machines. Or in my case, quadruple check your machines, because there's going to be issues. Okay. Well, that at least explains that. I wasn't getting enough time crystals into these things to actually consume all of the dark matter residue. You got your time crystal and trigon factory done? Awesome. The patented, why are you yellow? Exactly. That should. Now it's just waiting for the manifold to fill up, which I could force the manifold to fill up. But here, just have some time crystals. You'll be fine. Take 2 time crystals and call me in the morning. But going back to the question I was asked, why do I have the math I have on Caterium? Again, this is a completely balanced maximum power playthrough. So everything is riding the absolute razor's edge. So like any Caterium that I'm not using to make Caterium ingots is going somewhere else to be consumed. Okay. So I'm making exactly enough Caterium ingots to make everything I need with Caterium, which as far as I know is just a crap ton of quick wire. I need somewhere around, I think, like 30,000 quick wire in my nuclear factory. So let me double check Modeler real quick. Let me figure out where the rest of my Caterium's going. I'm pretty sure it's all going to be converted. Caterium 3,156 gets turned into nitrogen. That is, unless Vogue remembers where the Caterium is going off the top of his head. And another 6,666 is being converted. Yeah, so basically any Caterium that's not going into Caterium ingots is being turned into nitrogen. Oh, no. I will be making 46,666.67 rocket fuel. I will be making hold on. I can give you numbers. I'll be making 153 uranium fuel rods per minute. And I've got 250 coal power plants over there. So, like, yeah, there's no coal left on the map. There's no Caterium left on the map. There's no SAM. Basically, you name a resource, and if it's not iron, copper, or limestone, there's no more of it on the map. Not there. No, I will not be doing Fixonium. Fixonium, in my opinion, is an energy waste. Like it, and not to mention a massive resource waste. So I'm just gonna sink the plutonium fuel rods. If I wanted to run drones or trucks or anything like that, I could power them with plutonium. Everything's belted. One. So the goal of the power is to create the most amount of power as possible. Yes, on a default map. That is a very large point. So like I'm not running all pure nodes. I'm not running fossil fuel rich or anything like that. So we got one. Should have 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, cool. So we'll also do that on the last one as well. Nothing if not anal. So it's got to go in the same spot. Finally burning Fixonium fuel rods in my playthrough. I can finally complete phase 5 and finish the game with 700 hours. This save file currently has 771 hours. Bear in mind, I did let the game run overnight a lot when I was not playing, so I'm probably somewhere around like 500 hours. Shit. I lost count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Ah! No, not you. So disconnect there. That should be 1, 2, or shit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Awesome. Now, bear in mind, this is also my third playthrough. My first playthrough was literally just me goofing off. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Plus 1 equals 10. 1, so 8. 9, 10. Get rid of. Connect. Give me a second. Obviously, you guys have probably already figured out I can't count, so. Sometimes I have to just stop talking and count. My first playthrough, I beat the game in about 125 hours. My second one, I live streamed the entire thing, and that was what I thought was a lot of power. I made 2.4 terawatts. And I was told repeatedly 2.4 terawatts really wasn't all that much. Like, if I wanted to, I could go so much bigger. And so I put it to, out to people, like, find me more power. Find me the most amount of power you possibly can. Send me a modeler file. Do you use in every case the most efficient recipe? I definitely don't think I'm using the most efficient. In this one, I'm probably using the most efficient recipes. I did not design this modeler file. Somebody much, much more intelligent than me did. And they're kind of sort of in chat by the name of Vogue. And hello, Lupine, hello. How you doing, darling? But this one, for the most part, I think I'm using a lot of the most efficient recipes. I know I'm not using the most efficient aluminum scrap recipe solely because the electrode aluminum scrap is the most efficient, and I don't have any oil to spare. And when I say I don't have any oil to spare, I'm using every single drop. If it ain't being turned into power, I don't want it. And plutonium. What about and plutonium? Where can I download this world? Johnny? You want to drop the save game for me, please? Oh, thank you, Lupine. Yeah, we just hit that today. I ended Friday at 397. It's like, oh, you son of a... And then over the weekend, I got 2 more, and then I picked up 3 more subs today. Okay, let's go ahead and get these buttoned up, and it's 20 machines. Oh, go where I tell you. It's not the most efficient use for uranium. Ah. Oh, yeah. Are you talking about the uranium waste? Like, the recipe I'm using is, I think the one I'm using is more efficient getting rid of uranium waste, but it's less efficient making plutonium. I think that's what I noticed. Okay. So that should be 20. So put my priority merger in here, followed by my smart splitter here. Get rid of this. Put a normal merger in here. Boop. Get my belts put in. I did notice I was using a different plutonium recipe, or a different plutonium pathway to get rid of my uranium waste in this playthrough than I did in the last playthrough. Yeah, because honestly, I care more about getting rid of the waste than I do making plutonium, since I'm not going to use the plutonium. Okay. Let's get these water pipes hooked up. Now, just making sure that they're all hooked up. Now I have basically my 5 down pipes per row. This one I'm going to do a little funky because there's 5 machines here, there's 5 machines there, and every water pipe will supply 10 machines. So 5 plus 5 is 10. I'll put these 2 on the same. We'll just basically do that, and then somewhere here in the middle. So we got a foundation, a foundation, a foundation, a foundation, a foundation. So about there. I'm getting there, slowly. I don't know about an ego or anything, but I do this one a little bit differently because they're so much more spread out, and I'm already creeping over so much. So we got another one here, and obviously this bastard right here is kind of in my way, so we're just going to get this one here. These are obviously not going to be exactly where I want them because, well, they're not going to fit exactly where I want them. And I think that's the first batch, so. Now this batch I can put exactly where I want. Okay. Do. I've never produced an insane amount and stored it, but I can tell you, it depending, you're gonna eat a good chunk of the map. The most I've ever had was about a bin full, but the problem is that was right around my Fixonium plant, so Fixonium is really, really radioactive. It's not as bad as plutonium waste, but that whole area was spicy, and I had to go quite a ways away in order to not be irradiated. I do still feel so freaking dumb for not figuring out I could do this before. I spent so much time trying to make all my pipes super pretty, and I never actually put it together that I could just do this. Oh, my problem is I'm going to be putting down 307 nuclear power plants, fully overclocked or mostly overclocked. And every single one of those is going to require 2 extractors. So, like, this part does not bother me at all. The sheer volume of water I need for this playthrough is ridiculous. Same reason I built my nuclear over the water next to the swamp. Just pump the water straight up. Yep, that's my idea. That's the whole idea. One rod per minute. I don't know. That number sounds off. Uranium makes a crap ton of waste, but plutonium doesn't make all that much. But I'd have to jump back into my old save file to because I was making 20 uranium fuel rods per minute, and I know I was making 2,500 uranium waste per minute. But it was substantially less than that on plutonium. My next step, my next thing of needing water that's really going to consume any large amount is when I make diluted fuel, and I'll need 112 water extractors for that. Power shards. Still got plenty, so I didn't use all of them. Let me check something real quick. I guess it is one rod for 10. It's been a hot minute since I've done a plutonium power plant. Oh yeah, it's 10 per plutonium. It's 50 per uranium. That makes sense. And what do I need to do to unlock nitrogen acid? The nitric acid? I don't remember when nitric acid unlocks, but nitric acid is. I don't think you need to do any research. If you're just playing around with a small amount of rocket fuel, I really like the nitro rocket fuel recipe. You should unlock nitric acid when you unlock blenders in late phase 4. I think that's when. Okay, so all those are powered up. I don't have that hooked up yet because I don't have it hooked up to the belts. Now, bear in mind, I could be wrong on when you unlock nitric acid. I honestly don't want to think about nitric acid right now. That's kind of a nitric acid, and I don't get along. Okay. If you have blenders, you should have it unlocked. It's nitrogen plus water plus iron plates. Okay. We need... Remember, I can only supply 20.8 machines. Per belt. So that's 4. So I should be able to go out to 41 machines. 12, 16, 20, 21. Now, I shouldn't even need that. I'll probably put that in because I always do that, but... Where's your cookie and milk? I never said nothing about no cookie and milk. Welcome back, Cross. Okay. We need another one over here. I already moved that one in. So 45, 44, 43, 42. So it's going to go right here. It should be exactly how I set it up on this side, which it is. Laser raid. I'm getting raided over on Twitch or over on YouTube. Wow, I don't get any notification for that at all. Thank you for the raid. Thank you for the raid. I'm a little jealous because I can't do that. I ain't got the sub count just yet. But welcome in, welcome in. Alright, I gotta do something a little stupid here. Oh, screw it. We're just gonna jump the belt. We're gonna be like Fonzie and we're just gonna jump the shark. Okay, so that should be lined up there. The factory is going. We got the coal power done. We got the alien power matrices done. Working on doing the Caterium real quick, and then I'm going to start doing oil. Ah, no, bad Mojo Jojo. No touchy. No touchy my no-no square. It's my no-no square. You can't have it. I paid a lot of money for that no-no square. You can't have it. Oh, God, those autosaves are getting worse. Alright. And we'll set this to any. We'll set this to overflow. Grab this, not that, this. Thank you. I'm too lazy to go through the wheel, so. Alright, there we go. Now we can actually hook this up. Let's get the power going so we can fill up the water first, though. And we'll bring this out to here. Put down... Obviously, I'm going to put down a priority power switch because you guys created a monster. I appreciate that, Gruntha. I need to try Factorio someday. It's on the agenda. Okay, so that should be here. I don't know what that one is. Yeah, we'll just leave the rest of them undefined. Ah, no, not you. Not there. Don't you. It's still one of the dumbest things in the world. YouTube doesn't allow you to rate other channels, other creators, until you hit 500 subs. I'm getting there, though. Let me finish wiring this up and I'll check chat. Not ignoring you guys, just trying to get this done. I want to play with oil, and I can't play with oil until I get done with the Caterium. It's kind of one of my rules where, you know, I start something, I want to finish it, because otherwise my squirrel brain is not going to get anything done. Okay, so those should all fill with water now. Bonzi never really wanted to jump the shark. He was the victim. Yeah, I know, but still. Bonzi was always the victim. Honestly, I can't say I've watched a hell of a lot of Happy Days. A little bit before my time. Okay, button these back up so I know that, you know, these continue, and all this Caterium is going to become nitrogen. No, before we do that. 1, 2. You think you're gold, but you're not actually gold. You're just nitrogen that doesn't know it's not nitrogen. You're just nitrogen in the solid form. You'll be okay. Alright, that's all done. Priority power switch. Well, that one I can't fully understand. Priority power switch allows you to set a group to a certain switch. Like, I can flip this switch whenever I want, and it will only turn off everything that's downstream of its wire. So this wire right here goes up to this refinery, all the way down that line, over and all the way down this line. I turn that switch off, all that Caterium turns off. The great thing about the priority power switch is, for my use case, I can put one down wherever I want, come over here to circuit break priority, and literally turn on anything I want. It also allows, I don't even have to hook it up to power. It also allows, if you blow your fuse or coming close to blowing your fuse, it will start shutting down groups in order of priority. So, number one, correct me if I'm wrong on this, more experienced players. Priority number one means do not shut me down in any way, shape, or form. unless I have no power at all. Priority 10 means shut me down first. 9 is next, 8, 7. I mean, it's just a little factory. Yeah, that's my idea, Gruntha. Just make more power. I'm only making about 300,000 megawatts right now, and 200,000 of that's coming from those 7 bastards back there. Speaking of which, we need to go check on those. Yeah, small. I mean, compared to how big it's going to get, this is still small. I'm a grower, not a shower. Because remember, I haven't even started oil yet. I've got 168 refineries for oil into heavy oil residue. I've got 168 blenders to turn that into fuel. I've got 700 refineries to turn that into turbo fuel. That's not including the converters to make the nitrogen and sulfur that I need. That's not including the blenders I need to make the nitric acid. And then I've got a bunch of blenders. I don't know the number off the top of my head. I got a bunch of blenders to make the rocket fuel. And then I got 4,665 fuel gens. And it all starts with manually bonking against the stone. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I mean, they at least sent you here with a chisel. We're up to 66%. That should be 100 by now. So am I still not making enough time crystals? Oh, no, I'm not. Taste. That doesn't seem like it's the right speed. There we go. I guess when I was building these, I ran out of time crystals, or power shards. I don't know which one's worse, the satisfactory moment, why are you yellow, or the satisfactory moment, why are you green? I don't know which one's worse. Impressive factory, sir. Thank you, Bloody Crow. I just saw that message. But priority doesn't work on generators. Okay. Well, yeah, I mean, generators don't consume power. Why are you red is... Well, yeah, red is the absolute worst. But, you know, Drac, you know me well enough to know I overclock everything that I can. Because I mean, remember, I've got to build 4,620 fuel power generators at 240% overclock. I didn't want to build no 11,000 of them. 4,620 is bad enough. I didn't want to build 11,000. And I think that's a justifiable thing. I don't think anybody wants to build 11,000 of anything. You want when it's overclocked, the way I've always looked at lights is if it is red, it either doesn't have power or doesn't have a recipe. If it's yellow, it's either not getting enough in or it's not getting enough out. Something's backed up. Either one of these is not full or one of these is full. Red or green means everything's running fine, but with no overclock. And then the bluey white is I'm overclocked and running fine. I can't tell you how much I'm overclocked. It'd be nice if it was like the brighter the light, the more overclock it is. Because one of my big issues is trying to make sure I have enough overclock. Okay, so you definitely don't have anything in here. And then, yeah, if you've got a purple... I can show that one off. I can show that one off. I just have to go over there. I got some sloopies. Now, this purple here is not slooped. This is just purple because converters are purple. And we'll get there. I hate how slow the freaking hoverpack is, but I don't feel like trying to get through this mess of a factory. I also need to figure out. All right, Caterium is a pure Caterium is a 2-to-1 conversion, right? It's 2 ore for 1 ingot. Yeah, if you see this purple up on your power connector, it tells you it's slooped. And 33 of these are slooped. What's my PC specs? AMD 9800X3D, 48 NVIDIA 4080 GPU, and 64 gigs of DDR5. Johnny, if that DM is reminding me that I need to freaking list my PC specs, yeah. Unless it's just a reminder for me to ignore. Okay. So these are all running. And it is a 2 Caterium ore to 1 ingot conversion. So if I'm making 5,000, if I'm eating 5,177.13 ore, then I am producing 2,500 ingots. Each one is spitting out 28.762. 1,200 divided by that number is 41 machines. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 404. Subscriber not found. I'm sorry, it's like the oldest internet joke on the face of the planet, but... Okay, so I can... 44 machines makes me a full belt, so 45, 44, 43, 42. Disconnect you right there and send you out to about there. And then we're actually going to send you out to about there. Because I only need... Nah, screw that. Let's not do that. No, changing my mind. We'll do that over here. 45, 44, 43, 42. Disconnect. Also need to figure out why in the hell we don't have any ingots over here. But we'll sort that once I get my sinks up. We'll leave that one there. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Actually, you know what would be an even better idea than doing that? Screw doing that. I don't want to do that. We're going to do this. That'll keep this all nice and sleek. Nope, I caught that. I caught that. Well, that's one of the reasons why I'm about to do what I'm about to do. Excuse me? God damn it. No, that's right. That's right. This one should be green. Come on. No, wrong way. Okay. But now we need some sinks. Because at the moment, I don't care about this Caterium. I'm only making this Caterium right now solely because I wanted all of my ingots made in the same area. And that's it. That's the entire reason why this done. I already did my quartz crystal. I did my copper. I did my iron. I did my limestone into wet concrete. I did my copper ingots into copper sheets. And I figured to go ahead and get the Caterium knocked out. That's all my basic ingots done. Now, I get to try to figure out why you little bastards are yet. I figured out why you're there, yellow. Yep, figured it out. My friend said if he made something like this, he too would turn 44. I'll have this done before I turn 44. I got like 7 months. Okay. You're only yellow because we're still waiting to empty out the line. Oh, you don't think I can get this done in 7 months? I'll probably have this done in the next month. You will age faster in radiation. You know, I also have you guys to slow me down, and that is true. That is true. That's why I'm saying I'll probably have it done in a month, not a couple weeks. Okay, I'm gonna let that. I'm purposely letting this one backfill, and this is a something I do that may not be 100% correct. Obviously, you see how this does not have any ore on it. The way a manifold, which is what this system is called, works is every time a single item hits a splitter, it gets assigned, okay, are you going left, right, or center? Or left, center, or right? Well, the thing about that is, basically, you hit a splitter, a normal splitter. First item goes left, next one goes center, next one goes right. And then it repeats left, center, right, left, center, right, left, center, right. So if you only got 2 belts, it's center, right, center, right, center, right, center, right. Until it can't go that way anymore. Once this is completely full. So anytime this is full, everything goes down that way. Oh, my W key has been disabled. Okay. How long does the word ban last? I think it's like 5 minutes. I think all my bans except for my vape is 5 minutes. I'm sure one of my bad ideas is going to be picked up, and the title of the stream will go to 14.6 million megawatts. I don't know about that. So I can't use the W key at the moment. You can't slide jump any other direction. So I have to crab walk. And there should be a panda in the upper left of your screen. If you could do me a huge favor and obey the panda would like you to smack that like and subscribe button. If you would be so kind as to do that, I would be greatly appreciative. Yeah, appreciative. That's the word. I don't know my words. I barely speak English. Yeah, for the next couple minutes, I can't go forwards. Oh, I move a lot faster in the air. But what I was getting at with the manifold is as each of these machines fills up, the ore can go farther and farther. There's enough ore to fill all these machines, but just to kind of prime the system, I'm purposely not allowing the resources out. If their output buffer fills up, their input buffer has no choice but to fill up, and they can't make any more. A and D key can only move back. Oh, okay. I just saw that one. But now I can only move backwards. Everything has to be done in reverse until my W key ban goes away. Wouldn't that qualify as banning 2 in-game actions by taking away my A and my D key? Now, if it was phrased, you can't move sideways. Yeah, remember when I was saying earlier about... Oh, shit, sorry, we're going the wrong way. Remember when I was saying earlier about how my chat likes to try to slow me down? This is kind of what we were getting at. And for anybody wondering, if you haven't noticed already, because I don't have the icons showing on the chat overlay, I am currently dual streaming on both Twitch and YouTube. If one of my mods would be so kind as to drop the platform links, I would greatly appreciate that. At least I didn't completely remove movement again. They've done that one to me before. Literally told me I'm not allowed to move. So if you too would like to troll me using Twitch rewards, jump over to Twitch and you can do so. I do not run ads at the moment. So basically the same as being on YouTube, just a little less delay, and you can torment me. And I've been redeemed to stretch. Crayfish can move forwards though. They just propel themselves faster backwards. They use their tail to move themselves backwards. They use their legs to move the other directions. Yeah, I mean, I did say that. If I can find a way to like run discrete ads that don't interfere with your viewing experience, like if they're over to the side or something and you can just ignore them with the fact I'm getting more viewers, I might. I'm not saying I'm going to. Ban him from using prime numbers on his hotbar. That's not bad, but that just takes away 1, 3, and 7. Or 1, 3, 5, 7. And considering right now I'm just waiting for the machines to empty out, I'm not really doing anything. I got an expensive punishment idea. Delete everything in a 5x5 that area you're working. Caveat 5x5 has to be as many machines as possible to fit in a 5x5. And that is the reason why Drax's idea of forcing a in-game action will have not deleting things. I can't believe I have to sit there and move around backwards. When does my W key expire? That's got to be getting close. We got to be getting close to that one. Yeah, I can move forwards now. Let him move only using tubes. I don't have any tubes though. 2 million points. Delete system 32. Okay. So I did say as soon as we were done with Caterium, we got to start playing with Earl. We'll move that out. Oh crap. So we're going to get all the oil under the foundations because I need to take them over there. God damn it. Yeah, and thank you for following over there on the Twitch, Thunder. Possibly this weekend. I meant to do it this most recent weekend, but I ended up spending the entire weekend editing videos. I then enjoyed the weather outside. I actually went outside. I touched grass. I know, shocking. So I guess there's a kiddo in the pediatric side who is actively working on homework and asked his mom to go pick up the rest of what he's missed. My biggest issue with having an editor of any form is I don't believe in having somebody do work for me that I can't pay, and I can't pay shit right now because I don't make shit. And B, it's a skill that I'm trying to learn. I'm sure at some point in time, when I've got a little bit more established edited video library, I can probably try to get a editor, but until I kind of have my idea of what I want my videos to look like, having an editor right now is not on the table. No, I mean, that sounds like me when I was sick. I never skipped my homework. Well, until I got older and discovered girls. It's amazing how that just completely changes your mind on a lot of stuff. I don't want to go to school. I want to get laid. Yeah, I was a straight A student until 8th grade. I took great pride in my schooling. Okay, so I do need to do a little bit of micromanagement here. Because those belts are kind of in my way. So we're not going to bring them out as far, and we're going to try to We're going to try to clump them up a little bit. Now, I know at some point in time I'm going to have to, probably going to have to start staggering these because they're going to get kind of funky. Which is why I'm stopping in between each one to check the pipe. I'm trying to make sure that I don't have any clipping. I myself am a big no clippy player. Yeah, see, that's probably the last one of those I can do. Yeah, let's see. No one liked Clippy, don't lie. Actually, no, I got an idea here. I got a much, much better idea. Maybe. I don't know how well it's going to work, but it's an idea. Yep, I kind of saw that one happening. I really wish straight mode didn't do that bullshit. Where it tries to turn the end of the pipe. Trying to guesstimate how long these things are supposed to be. It's a little bit of a pain. Is that going to work? Nope. I don't think this is going to work, though. We're probably going to have to change this. Because these pipes are, they're going to get in the way. Or those belts. Not pipes, belts. Learn your shapes, Drew. Hold on. No, I was one of those kids who did force the square peg in the round hole. But that's because my dad was a woodworker, and I just went home and got the saw and took care of it. Yep, we're gonna have to move the belts. Was that limestone? I don't have to move them very much, but I do need to move them. Do 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 do. That's 4 more. I might have a small problem here. I definitely have a small problem here. I mean, it's a tiny little small problem that can be easily addressed, but we'll just get the belts ran. We'll get it all hooked up. Cheese! I figured out how to deal with refineries, just delay building them until you need them. And yeah, what do you think I'm doing? Doing everything but the refineries. I think right now I'd rather be doing the refineries than trying to snake this oil pipe, though. Alright, there we go. Limestone's running again. And... ow. It's so painful it hurts us. You know, I should probably be counting these, but I'm just going to throw a bunch down and hope for the best. Yeah, that sounds about like my normal playstyle, right? We all know I don't know how to count. Now here's the biggest drawback. I can't actually do anything with oil right now. Because I'm still relying on oil to make fuel. So I'm going to basically set everything up from all the way to my last step. And just kind of hope and pray that I got it right. You figured out a way for anybody to make Satisfactory feel easier. Just go play Satisfactory Plus for a month and come back, and base games seems easy. Yep, that sounds about right. There is not a single head lift pump anywhere in my oil system. That's kind of one of the scary things. I am moving every drop of oil on the map. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I'm not using a single head lift pump to do it. Through a process I like to call magic. Or science. I mean, same thing. Ah! There's no power. Do I think it'll work? Yeah, I've already tested it. Hmm. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah! 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. You still don't get how my pressurization system's working? Or do you have any valves in your system? The funny thing is, if you watch Kibitz, he actually went over kind of sort of the same thing, except for I'm doing it even worse. He could easily do it the same way. He just had to find water that's up higher. Yes, I did. I could use all of my fingies, all of my toes, and another appendage. All right, let's go over the oil pressurization real quick for anybody new who doesn't know what the hell this manifold here is. This purple pipe here and two other pipes are coming from this oil node in the red forest. This is the highest oil in the game. This one point here is higher than any part of my belt highway ever goes. So there are no pipes at all that go higher than that point. I used this pipe to backfill every single pipe. This is a key part of it. So this pipe came down, went into the manifold, and filled up all of these pipes going all the way back to their oil extractor, oil well pressurizer, whatever, wherever the oil originally came from, including the oil in the blue crater. So it took what, like an hour to fill my pipes? It took a long freaking time. As soon as that pipe completely filled up all the way back to its thing, it starts getting the head pressure from these higher pipes. Because of that, I have pressure in every single one of these pipes equal to the red crater or the red forest. So I don't need head lift pumps. Okay, so we can come out, we'll probably come out one more straight and then start turning. Lies? How is that lies? And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 405. I do greatly appreciate that. I kind of figured you were just trolling their tone. All right, yeah. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, and 21. I will say, even though pipes are omnidirectional, like you can start whichever way you want, you can go this way. I hate doing this because half the time they want to try to wrap around. That's what it's doing, or go farther. If I start at the far end, I don't have to worry about that pipe is too long bullshit. I don't have to worry about it trying to like wrap around to the other side of the next one. Do. I just don't trust the bidirectional property of the pipes, but that's just straight up placebo. I mean, a pipe in and of itself is bidirectional. I like calling them omnidirectional because it doesn't matter if it's up, down, back. It'll move. I just do that because... Ah, son of a bitch. No, I don't want to get wet. Well, see, I'm used to doing plumbing in real life, so it doesn't bother me. My thing is when it wants to do this bullshit. That's why I always start from this side. I can't tell you how many times I try to run pipes like this, and one of them is popped through and wrapped around into the back of the other one. I know I'm not going to be able to get all these on here. That's why I'm not building a bunch of them. Yeah, see, like that one. So we're just going to bring this back to about here. We'll just hide that so nobody ever has to know. And that is... Ah, nope, nope. It's 4 more. Can I do these? Nope. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 406. I do immensely appreciate that. I really, really do. Yeah, see, it's trying to do that shit right there. I think way too many content creators have gotten kind of sort of just ungrateful with their audiences, and I always try to thank each time I notice that number goes up. I mean, I do that same stuff even when I'm not actively streaming. If I have my counter up and I notice it goes up, I'm sitting there like, yay, thank you. Like, just my day-to-day life. If I wake up in the morning and I notice I got another subscriber overnight, yeah, same thing. Okay, so that's all my pipes brought around this way. Is it pretty? No. Does it work? Yes. That's what matters to me. Okay, bear in mind, I need 168 refineries. I'm going to do it in groups of 42 because 42 is an amazing number. It is the answer to life, the universe, and everything. So we're going to do whatever we can to make sure we're pumping out that number 42. I'm going to make sure I got I don't need that much gap. I'm going to go right there. Now the problem is 42 is not divisible by 4. So I need to put down 10 groups of these. It's 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Wait for my inventory or my dimensional storage to fill back up. Anybody who is wondering why my storage facility is as large as it is, yeah, this is kind of some of the reasons. I went through early on before I even started building the power plant and factored up. I need somewhere just north of 100,000 motors to build this. And sadly enough, no, I'm not joking. No, they are. I was running out of motors and copper sheets. Maybe you're not slow. Maybe my upload's just slow. Now, bear in mind, like I said earlier, it's 21 pipes of oil in, 28 pipes of purple stuff out. I had them stacked to 200. There was a bug early on in 1.2 that screwed with the stacking of everything. I'm going to go all the way out to a solid foundation because I'm kind of the opinion the more room I have between these, remember, I'm going to have a total of 7 full belts of polymer resin coming out here. I'm going to have 28 pipes coming out here. Plus, I've got the pipes going in. So the more room I have between these, the happier I'll be. Now that makes sense, right? Just give yourself a little bit more room than you actually need. And basically, I'm just going out to the foundation marker. Some may be wondering why I keep putting down these mergers, even though I don't need them. I'm just using them for spacers. That's all they're for. They're just for space. Come here, come here. Now you may be asking, like, why I'm not going farther out. Why am I just stopping at 42 instead of doing this? I could easily do 168 divided by 3. I could do 56. Yeah, I could. I have something in mind for this. And honestly, doing it in 56 would have been easier, but like I said, I have something in mind for that. And the only reason why 56 would have been easier is because I have 21 pipes of oil. 21 divided by 3 is 7. 21 divided by 4 is not a solid number. But bear in mind, I'm going to have all this polymer residue or polymer resin coming out. That's not trash. That's not going down a sink. I know a lot of people like to throw their polymer resin down the sink. I need that. What do you mean? Why is 21 hilarious? There's 21 pipes of oil on the map. Okay. Figured while I was waiting for that to build up, I'd check a couple things off stream. And yeah, I could use the filter and mass select this stuff, but I'm kind of killing time waiting for my dimensional storage to fill up before I start the next row. That's 42. 40 plus 2. I easily could have made a blueprint that only had 2 on it. I didn't think that far ahead. That becomes a regular thing around here. Somebody earlier was saying this was an oil refinery that would make ExxonMobil jealous. Now we're actually refining the oil, so now ExxonMobil can be jealous. I'm really tempted to just go get a bunch of copper sheets. I'll probably finish this row and we'll go check on the matrices, see if that's how that's running. I got 2 more of these to build and then tear down 2 of the refineries, and we'll have 3 rows. And yes, I do plan on color coding these pipes solely because it's gonna get hectic. This stage, the oil to heavy oil residue isn't that bad. When I start making fuel, yeah, my number jumps. Okay. Okay. First and foremost, the Caterium looks like we're finally starting to, yeah, we're definitely emptied out. So let me go down the row, make sure we have no yellow lights. I do think I see one. Yeah, there's definitely one. Oh, that's why. Yep, that would do it. I didn't never set my smart splitters. All right, easily enough fixed. All right, let's go look at the matrices, see how that's running. I mean, I've only got a few refineries down. Just a few, right? It's not like it's really all that many. I honestly have no idea how many refineries I have down. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 407. I'll leave you now. It's late. I overslept work today as is. Can't even stay. Yeah, get some sleep, bud. Yeah, we'll see you tomorrow. Should be finishing up fuel tomorrow and possibly working on converters. That's going to be an interesting build. Okay, we're at 100. We're at 100. And I could just get rid of this dark matter. I just don't care. Some of these will run yellow because I'm running them, I'm kind of running them a little higher than I should be, but I don't care. We're going to go ahead and disconnect this and let one of them start building up. My power graph looks a lot better. I wonder how much of that, those big jumps we were getting earlier was because these weren't getting enough fuel. So we're going to lose 20% of our power, but meh. I'm not even in battery range at the moment, so it's all good. We'll get a little bit of backstock built up in that bin back there. The nice thing is if I can get the oil all the way down to the rocket fuel and into the burners, that's like 2 million megawatts right there. And that's without, yeah, that's damn near 3 million. It's 2.8 million megawatts just from what I'm going to make out of the oil. And that's not even including the boost from the power matrices over there. I think once I get those done, then the 14.7 number is going to make a lot more sense to people. Because I still honestly think there's people who see the description and think, oh, that's no way. Wonder what the math behind augmenting versus slooped resources. I have no idea. All my sloops are going into making SAM. Because I need so much nitrogen and sulfur and uranium. And that should be my 168. That's 42 times 4. So that should be my 168. Or, yeah. Make sure I said my number correctly. And we're approaching the swamp. Now bear in mind, for anybody who's ever done diluted fuel, which is the recipe I'm going to use. I'm going to use diluted fuel. Yeah, it might be more than 80 refineries. Tell you what, you want me to go through and pick out 80 refineries for you? I'm actually kind of curious how many refineries that is. But I'm way too lazy to count them. Okay. I do know every one of these refineries eats 75 crude. 600 pipe divided by 75 is 8 refineries. So 1 pipe, 8 refineries. I think that representation of more than I'll ever need will suffice. Just remember, I keep saying it, and I'll continue to say it. I also have the 700 turbo fuel refineries to build. That's going to be fun. But anyone who's ever done diluted fuel, I always overclock my blenders on diluted fuel to 200%. And it's not because I have a lack of power shards or anything like that. It's solely because a unoverclocked blender turns 50 oil plus 100 water into 100 fuel. An overclocked blender set to 200% eats 100 oil and makes 200 fuel. It also requires 200 water, but meh. Last I checked, try and do your math on your pipes. It's a hell of a lot easier when you're playing with 200 or 100 than it is if you're playing with 250. If only blenders were 2x2 instead of the 2x2.5, yep. I'm still not sure how I'm going to go about doing the blueprint for the blenders. Like, I'm undecided on how I want to do that. That should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Hook this one to that one. That makes another 6. Like, I wouldn't have any problem stacking my blenders. The problem is, do I want to run the head lift pumps? That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's 6, as is that. It's 46. 42 is a multiple of 6. Oh, I'm not I'll put the head lift pumps on the water. That I don't care about that. I meant on the heavy oil residue. I'm going to do the same thing I always do with the water and just bring it up from underneath. What, are you talking about kind of what I did over there? But you do that with the heavy oil residue? I guess it's an idea. Send up one pipe and have it pressurize all the pipes. My current thought is actually to drop some of the blenders. Like, instead of, like, stack them, but drop the entire blueprint. Have it like 2 or 3 walls down, so that I'm pushing up just shy of 10 meters to the upper blender. But the lower blender is actually below the output of the refinery, so I don't have to worry about head lift. I'm kind of thinking of that for 2 different reasons. A, it breaks up a little bit of the monotony. It gives the build a little more character. I mean, I can afford the pumps too. You obviously know I can afford them. My biggest thing is I don't like the way head lift pumps look on a stack of pipes. I'm eyeballing off the previous row. That's why I'm up so high. I don't even like the way the Mark II looks. And I'm solely meaning when I'm dealing with a stack of pipes. Because obviously I got 28 heavy oil residue pipes coming out. Honestly, if I can get the heavy oil residue done today, and I mean completely done, hooked up, and the byproduct taken care of, because that's the other thing I gotta worry about. All that polymer resin has to go somewhere, and it has a home. So now I have a choice. It's not much of a choice because I think I've already made my decision. Yeah, I've already made my decision. It's 7. That's a slight drawback. Not all what I clicked on, asshole. But yeah, I do agree the Mark 1 is an ugly pump. You know what? I don't like that. Yeah, I like that even less. Oh, it's time for my analness to come out and play. Boo-da-doo-da-doo-doo. 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 I think it's supposed to be more than 4 pipes. 42 divided by 8 is 5 1/4. Yeah, I'm supposed to have 6 pipes on this stack, so that's not gonna work. That's not gonna work. One of these is going to have 6 pipes. Obviously, the power wires will be moved. They are just there for my flight. They'll go away. You do. All right. There's the first 3 pipes in. God damn it. Too many. Just around. Stalker much? Do. You don't want me to answer that. And honestly, I've never been accused of being a stalker. God damn it. I normally get shit because it's like, you don't care enough. No, I'm just not gonna let you pull all the damn strings. Why did you sound sad? You haven't? Have I ever automated portable miners? Yes, I automated them for this playthrough. Now, not sad at all that I haven't ever been called a stalker. Like somebody once said, I've been called worse things by better people. Alright. So this is the last pipe for this row. This one is a little tricky because I don't need 6 pipes for this row. I need 5 1/4. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to bring that last pipe back up into these last 2 refineries on each one of these rows. So I need 5 1/4 per row. That's 2 refineries per machine, per row. Shit, I can't do that. Why were you asking if I've ever automated miners? It's kind of right there in the name. And I did it on this playthrough solely because, well, think of how many miners I had to have. Yes, there's a reason I'm doing this. Is it a good reason? Probably not. Is it a reason? Yes, definitely a reason. Just may not be a good reason. Ah, shit. Yeah, I automated them for on this playthrough because I needed 429. I needed almost 1,300 miners, and there's no way I wasn't going to handcraft that many. I think that's a legitimately valid reason. Now, bear in mind, I can't actually turn this system on. Because some of my oil is currently being used to make fuel. That'd be a long-ass bathroom trip in my case. And I just mean for the sheer number I needed. So every other row is only going to have 5. It's like I said a little bit ago, each row takes 5 1/4. Well, I've already sorted the whole quarter thing. So I don't have to worry about that now. At least I'm actually doing what the stream title is actually entitled today. Or currently. Said I was going to process all the world's oil. I am currently setting up to process all the world's oil. $1,283 total. 1,287. I believe I still have a bin somewhere of portable miners. It's only an hour of handcrafting? Yeah. There's still a lot of handcrafting. That's an hour of hearing tink 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 tink. Well, I seriously thought about it. But I already had an assembler that was slooped to make a bunch of other stuff. So I just fed those things in. I think I ended up filling up an industrial storage bin. So I had like 2,400 of them. Yeah. A lot more than I needed. Do 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 do. Boo 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 da boo da boo 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 boo. Get my. It'll be real fun to try to get the oil pipes down here, but we'll do that a little later. That's not going to be really that much of a problem. Put that one there. Put this one there. Put one here. And one there. And just button all these up, make them look all nice and fancy full. And now we're back. We're not on a half nudge, which makes me happy. I hate doing everything on a half nudge, but it looks the cleanest. So sometimes you just do stuff on a half nudge because it looks clean. And like when you got two of these side by side, half nudge looks really clean. I also need to save space because obviously I can't do my normal stack of belt. Because, I mean, most of you guys know when I come out of refineries with a solid, I normally just stack the belts up on top. I can't do that. Because, I mean, I got pipes on top. You can't, I'm not really going to have pipes and conveyors running in the same spot. Okay. Some of these pipes should actually, once I actually start hooking them up, some of these pipes should actually start filling up with oil. Actually, the whole system should fill. I just don't want to burn through all the materials to package up the heavy oil residue to get it out of here. Oh, I'm also going to have that bullshit. This is going to be really fun trying to get all my pipes out of here because I'm going to have all the heavy oil residue coming out. But I'll probably just stack all that into one big stack. Because it's 42 divided by 6. So it's going to be 7 total pipes. I'm going to go from a 3x7 to a 4x7. My honestly easiest way to deal with that would just be each one of these rows is going to have 7 pipes coming out of it. So, yeah, each one just becomes its own individual stack of 7 pipes. Meh. I was like, why am I only dealing with 4 pipes? And it's like, oh yeah, because the first pipe goes into the first set of refineries. Gotta get all this buttoned up. For anybody wondering, all of these refineries to my side are fully overclocked. So if you ever had the idea of turning all of the world's oil into fuel, this is kind of what you get to deal with. I think more of this playthrough is a way to dissuade people from ever trying to do this shit. Than it is to promote the idea of doing this. This is definitely one of those things I would not recommend the average person doing. All right, one more row. Then all the fun and joy of actually getting the pipes over here to these pipes. It is the top of the hour. It's 6 o'clock. If you have not already, please remember to smack that like button like it owes you money. And if you're new here and enjoying the insanity that is this build, remember to smack that subscribe button. I would greatly appreciate it. If you're over on the Twitch, smack that follow button. I am currently behind the scenes working on cutting these streams down to a little bit more bite-sized nuggets for you. So if you don't have the time to sit through a 7-hour stream, I'll be chopping them up into like 45-minute to an hour, half an hour to 45-minute long episodes. Making it a little easier to digest. Because I realize that, you know, watching a 7-hour stream every single day, it takes a lot of time. I'm aware because I'm the one that puts the streams on. Okay, get these buttoned down. Now, I don't honestly know which one's worse. Running all the belts I ran or running all the pipes? I haven't really done a whole lot of pipe work. Most of it's been blueprints. But I haven't had to do this level of insanity. Pipes. All my homies hate pipes. I mean, I don't really mind pipes. The worst thing about pipes is when they do that stupid roll around at the end bullshit. That's like the single worst thing about pipes. Okay, there we go. That's all the incoming pipes. Let's go get the pipes actually up here, which is going to be kind of fun because remember, I can't stack pipes on a ceiling. And so it's going to be kind of fun to bring the pipes into these stacks. But I think I have an idea. I think. We all know that's a bad sign when I start thinking. Yeah, basically that. Basically, but not really. Good luck. Yeah, I'm getting there. Are you talking about getting the pipes to hook up? Do. What all have you missed? I got the Caterium done. It's currently running. It's just running to purge the bubbles out of the system, basically. Working on, I got all the oil down beneath, so now I'm working on getting it into the Rosa refineries. Right now, I'm currently making kind of a weird looking intake manifold. It's definitely what it makes me think of. It makes me think of an automotive intake manifold. Alright, now we got the fun one. Because this is the one and only that has 6. I mean, it's not really bad or anything, it's just, you know, it's a slight bit different. Okay. So the first 6 pipes, kind of an opinion, they're just going to come straight across. I will button them right into those. Three, 4, 5, 6. And we'll probably be bringing all the rest of them down and then making them turn so we can get them into their new homes. Now that's going to be a small problem. That's not going to happen. These need to come back quite a ways. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yep. I know how to count. Wahoo! First time for everything. Or do sometimes they make the black ones, sometimes they don't. I'm pulling from a black pipe. I want a black. I want oil-colored support. Is that too much to ask for? Is that really too much to freaking ask for? Okay, there we go. Hi-ho the Dario, the first 6 are done. All right. I'll bring these back a little ways and get the next 5 going. It might not be far enough back. It might be. It might be just barely far enough back. Okay. That is 5. Alright, that was easy enough. Robin Grizz redeemed stretch. Hello, Rob. How we doing, bud? Just getting up for work, or Doo-doo. Doing fine. Trying to sleep for work tonight when friends wanted to know about PC building parts. Tell them my office hours are between the hours of blah blah and blah blah. Do not bother me outside of said office hours or I will murder you. That's what I used to tell my friends. Back when I had friends. It may explain why I don't have friends anymore. I don't know why. People don't really take very well to threats of death. I mean, theoretically speaking, yeah, that's how I got my family to stop asking me about PC shit. Started telling them I was going to start charging them. All of a sudden, they stopped asking. Right, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. And sometimes what you gotta do is tell family and friends to F off. Yeah, that's not in the right spot. Bad pipe. Bad. Yeah, well, how's that worked for you so far? Because it doesn't sound like it worked at all. And there we go. Yay! And, you know, that doesn't look all that bad. But that could look a lot worse. Now, yeah, it's a little bit of a cluster here. We got a little octopus. We got a little crab thing. But beyond that, I mean, I'm okay with that. The sea of pipes. All right, some of these pipes are actually going to fill up. Should be a vast majority of them. Hey, we got any yellow lights coming down here? I'm not seeing any. How's the manifold on the other side look? Looks pretty good. I can dig it. End of the manifold would be here. That's not running all that well. Let me make absolutely certain I got my numbers right here. 1200 divided by 57.524 is 20.86. So 2 belts should feed 41 machines. 41 and a half, basically. How's the other side look? That one's looking about as shitty. Hold on. This might help. Yeah, that might help. Because now this machine has to be completely full before it sends any down the line. That's the one right before it. I mean, that one looks great. It's literally just this last one. That smart slitter should fix all of that. Yay, fixie things. 74 stream streak. Wow. Now go down here because we did disconnect a belt from one of these matrices or one of these power augmenters because I wanted to build up a little bit of backlog. And we definitely have backlog. So let's just take that whole stack, and we'll shove it in this one that doesn't have a belt hooked up to it, and we'll hook the belt back up. There is a little glitch with these, but I don't think enough people use these for anybody to be telling Coffee Stain that there's a bit of glitch with them. But there we go. And we got a full belt. Let's go make sure that, you know, things are a doing and a moving and a grooving and a thinging and a blinging and a sneezing. It was these back two that were having issues. It is running at 100%, so I'm just feeding a little bit more power charge because A, I have them, and B, why not? Fill them both up. Okay. So we got the oil in. That's taken care of. Now we got to get the polymer resin out. And get the heavy oil residue out into its stack. And then we need to worry about the rest of the... My opinion is I used 42 out of the 62 spots I have. So I've still got enough room for another 20 refineries down each one of those rows. Well, I need to turn that polymer residue into something. And that something is rubber and plastic. So, we need to set up the refineries for rubber and plastic. There. Did I dismantle the wrong one here? Yep, that's fine. That's A-okay. It's Oakley Dokley. Okay, so each one of these is going to spit out 50 polymer resin. So 1,200 divided by 50 is 24. So we can combine 24 of these machines to make one belt. Oh, I got 24 and 18. So that makes a little bit of confusing math. I'm going to go ahead and get rid of that. We don't need that anymore. So that should be 8, 12, 16, 20, 24, and you need to come out here, bud. Let me double check my math here. 42 minus 24. 18. Okay. I got an idea. It's a stupid ass idea, but do you guys really expect anything else from me? Exactly. My idea is kind of sort of as follows. Number equals number equals number equals number. That doesn't help at all, does it? Okay, how about this? There's 42. If you subtract 24, you get 18. So I have 4 groups of 18. Each one of those 18 needs another 6 to become 24. Is it supposed to be idiot is or idiots are? It's just supposed to be idiots. Don't try to read too much into it. You'll hurt your head. Okay. So 5, 6. Get rid of. 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then connect these, and I get another 6. I'm not 100% sure what you're asking either. Originally, the idea of the channel was that my sons and I would play, each son and I would play in our own individual games, kind of like a father-son team up. And like Salmon and I would probably play Farm Sim, Turtle and I would play Ark, and then Casper and I would play another game. So we were basically 4 idiots. So it was more idiots in a possessive, in a plural sense. And then Turtle never really wanted to play. Salmon got shipped out. He joined the Marine Corps. Okay, so that's 1, 2. Why do I feel like I just put down 4 of those damn things? Because I did, for some stupid ass reason. You don't belong there. Means you probably don't belong there. So then it became Casper and I were playing Farm Sim, and then that kind of dried up. So I started streaming myself. Does anyone under 30 know what the name means without being told? I mean, I can think of a lot of people who are fans of Supernatural who might be able to figure it out. Or at least attribute it to that. I myself am not a huge Supernatural fan. I like the character Bobby, and the actor himself is, from what Casper's told me, is a pretty cool guy, but it just is also a common vernacular around here and in some of the other areas I've lived. Like I've actually heard it long before that show went on the air. And originally it was supposed to be like, we were literally just going to call it Dumbass Gaming, and YouTube didn't like that one. I liked the first couple seasons of Supernatural, and then it went to shit, in my opinion. It went down the standard, no, it was a CW show, and it went down the standard freaking tree of being a CW show. And then I was really, really waiting for them to put Dean on a motorcycle and make him jump over a damn shark tank, because they completely ran out of fucking ideas. Okay, so my idea is I have this third group, or this fourth group of 18 down here. Well, 18 divided by 3 is 6. Each of these rows needs 6. So it kind of sort of seems like it would make a lot of sense to put these 3 groups of 6 into these 3 rows that need 6. Now that makes a little bit of sense, right? Some CW shows start out good. Some CW shows realize that their entire audience is not teenage girls. Okay. So yeah, basically this is my idea. Bring these 6, these 3 groups of 6 that form the last 18, and make groups of 24. Yay, the power of math! It's magical! It's like a magical Leopleurodon. It's gonna show us the way. First time one of my kids started quoting that thing, kept doing the whole Charlie thing, and all I could think of was Charlie from All Dogs Go to Heaven. But Charlie, you can never come back. Definitely shows my age. Yep, I'm old enough to remember Don Bluth films. Agree the show veered off after 3 to 4, maybe 5 seasons. But see, I really, really liked the idea of the first season when it was going to be like individual episodes that had an overarching storyline, but they weren't like directly linked. You didn't have an entire season trying to tell one friggin' plot point. They were each going to be like little bitty novellas that all just tied together. And I don't mean the Spanish soap opera novellas. Nothing wrong with them, just that's not what I mean. Anyone remember Star-Crossed? Nope. No clue. Sounds like a Hallmark movie. Here's a blast from the past. Anybody remember Sliders? Okay, so polymer resin is taken care of. We got 2 belts here. Need to get the other belts ran. Then hook up the pipes, get them done. I never got into Sequest. But I remember Sequest. I'm definitely more of a fan of Sequest than Stargate. The show. Stargate, the movie, was friggin' awesome. And I realize some people might like dislike the fact that I don't like some of the shows that they like. That's the nice thing. We don't all have to watch the same goddamn shows. Shows that I might have liked, you guys might have hated. Shows that you might have liked, I might have hated. That's what makes having other people around interesting. I'm gonna get all my basic belts. Hey, no, bad. See, I knew they made a Stargate show. I never really watched it. I think I tried watching like a couple episodes. Like, no, not my taste, not my cup of tea. Okay, let's get the long belts ran. Alright, that long belt. Remember, I still have to run the pipes. If I can get just oil into plastic and rubber done today, I'll be kind of happy. And then tomorrow we'll work on blenders for the fuel. And then, the fuck is going on here? We'll work on blenders to make the fuel, and then we'll start working on the converters. make the extra nitrogen and sulfur. Oh no, we'll do the blenders. No, I need the sulfur. I need the extra sulfur for turbo fuel. Stargate Atlantis and Universe, you might, maybe. It was just a show idea that never sparked my interest. To a point, it kind of felt like a cheap ripoff of Star Trek. And I stopped watching Star Trek back with Voyager. And really, the only reason I watched Voyager is because Jerry Ryan was freaking hot. Was. Key an operative word there. Okay, so that should be all my belts. Alright, so I got 2 belts there, 2 belts here, 2 belts here, and 1 belt here. So 2, 4, 6, 7. Yay! Wahoo! Dark matter? Not ringing a bell. I kind of stopped watching TV for a long time. Alright, so much of it just became predictable to me. Okay, so I need basically this blueprint. I liked TNG. TNG is what I grew up with. I really liked the first couple seasons of DS9. But once it started getting really religious with the gods and the wormhole and the Dominion and all that shit, that kind of turned me off. I have no problem with religions and stuff, but it felt like it was starting to run at a much slower pace. A group of pirates in space become the good guys. Who are we referring to as the pirates? Because Cisco was Federation. He got kind of loose with some of the rules and stuff, but okay. So I need a blue. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to do is my plastic. I need 42 of them, and they need to be clocked to 242.1191. Now, was it 1191 or was it 1911? Yeah, 1191. Of course, it wasn't 1911. Or no, it isn't. That's too. The fuck? Oh. Residual plastic. 242.1191. Enter. Copy. Paste. 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 Save. Alright. 0.5 heavy modular frames per minute enough for personal use? Yeah, basically. Group of pirates in space became the good guys. That's dark matter. So basically Firefly. The funny thing is, talking about Star Trek and stuff like that, I actually enjoyed Red Dwarf. Okay, so this one needs to be a smart splitter too. I think half a heavy modular frame per minute could be enough for personal use, depending on what all you're trying to do and how long you're going to let the game run. I was running a little bit more than that. I watched some Red Dwarf. I think it was Babylon 5 that I was thinking of. That show got fucking weird. Okay. So I need the Sliso blueprint. No. It's like, why is it not going where it's supposed to go? Because it is going exactly where it's supposed to go. So I want 12 and 6. I've got room for 20. I want to leave room for 1. Basically want 1 between them, just as a gap. Kind of a way to separate this from that. You get Mark 6 belts far into phase 5. It's not really that far, but you do need to unlock time crystals first. And trigons. A, because Mark 6 belts require them. That's literally one of the ingredients. And B, you need a bunch of them. I won't give you spoilers, but I will tell you to make sure that you've got a healthy supply of all-clad sheeting and iron plates. Yeah, I mean, it's not really that bad. Have you ever seen anything about Star Trek Academy? No. I mean, honestly, when I made my last playthrough, when I made my early heavy modular frame factory, I was based here in the Rocky Desert, so I was based down here. I used these 2 pure nodes and these 2 pure iron nodes and this pure limestone node, and I turned that into a single heavy modular frame factory. We'll have a little bit more space between this one and that one. Because I want to have plenty of room for the belts and the pipes to come out of there. And my way of doing 42 is literally, well, 12 on that first row and then 10 on each of these rows. I don't know where the hell that went. Ow. So it's like Mark V, you just need to get some basic lean shirts. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of the basics of the game in a nutshell. Unlock this so you can unlock that. But like I said, make sure you got a lot of all-clad sheeting and a lot of iron plating stored. Yeah, I'm not gonna tell you exact numbers, but I'm talking thousands. You might want an entire storage bin full. The unlock for Mark 6 is it's pricey. But oh God, are they worth it? Okay, get rid of the Mark IIIs. Okay, so that's my plastic. That's all the plastic I need. Kind of pathetic, right? Fuse modular frames. It kind of depends on what you're going for. You'll need. Yes, you will definitely need. I would say probably at least 100 to 200 fuse modular frames total, because you will need singularity cells. Just like you're gonna need radio control units, you're gonna need turbo motors. Bear in mind, my Mega Factory my storage area that you always see me go to, that only makes 10 per minute of each one of the items. Now, that doesn't sound like much until you start thinking about 10 per minute of like turbo motors and radio control units, supercomputers, fuse modular frames. Some of that stuff starts getting kind of salty. I'm gonna make these kind of a dark gray color because we need residual rubber. Yes, I realize there are much better recipes than the residual recipes. 239. 4375. Boop. Okay. Save that. Confirm. Get out. The drawback is no, never mind. That's basically the color that the iron refineries drop to when they're not, because for some reason the shiny ones don't, you can't see it from far away. I mean, honestly, as long as you can get a bin or two put away for your own use, you should be golden. Those numbers sound okay for personal use because you're not going to use a whole lot. I used a ridiculous amount because, well, this playthrough requires me to use a ridiculous amount of basically everything. Right? It's not like I've got to put up a few hundred refineries or anything, right? This is getting worse and worse every time I look at it. That's getting scarier and scarier looking every time I look at it. Oh, Houston, we might have a fucking problem. We might be having a problem here real soon. We're getting awfully close to the edge of the map. Or like the edge of the world. Edge of the map's edge of the map's like actually right over here. Like there's actually, I have buildings on the edge of the world. Like on the kill border. How many more refineries do I have to build? 700 some? Hope to God this is built on the world grid. Nope.
Your suit's life support is not compatible
Yeah.
with this
There's the edge of the world.
Turn back.
Just to kind of put things into perspective. No. No, that's the world grid there. Why would I build on the world grid? World grid is like weird. I wanted to be able to build straight down the side on the edge of the map. Or are you talking about like this versus the rest of my build area over there? Obviously, those are not lined up at all. But remember, I do have the entire swamp to build over. Oh, good God, I just realized, in addition to 700 refineries, I've got 300 nuclear reactors to build. It'll be fine. Done this a couple times before. It'll be fine. It probably won't be. I think old man Johnny fell asleep again. No, hold on. No. Let me check my notes. All right, it's only 6. Yeah, I only need 24 refineries back here, so for rubber. Because rubber is a much more efficient recipe than plastic is. Yep, see, told you Johnny fell asleep. He's even admitting it now. So we'll just get rid of these. All right, there we go. Do, 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 do. What am I out of line? Worst case, if I become that worried about it, I just rebuild foundations. Everything that's over in the swamp has absolutely nothing on it. It's just a large foundation. It wouldn't be the first time I've rebuilt it. Now, honestly, I don't know why the world grid is not like lined up with the edge of the map. All right, so that's my plastic refineries and my rubber refineries. So that's oil right there. And I did purposely leave this gap here. For what should be a pretty damn apparent reason. I got 28 pipes of heavy oil residue to get out of here. Up one, up two. Yeah, that works. Now we're going to get get this moved over, this moved up. Yep, that works. That moved up. All right, now that we know how long these things can be, remember, each one of these is going to be 7 tall. So technically speaking, 8 tall, all said and done. Because I do want to keep them off the ground. That way, if I had to run belts or anything like that underneath of them, I can. Makes sense, right? Skipped one. Just remember, if you ever decide you want to process all the world's oil, this is what it looks like. I don't recommend it. How does that look? That looks like shit. That looks much better. Looks a little less like the Dookie. Now bear in mind, I have to do this 4 times. Looks good. Yeah. Yeah, that definitely works. Makes a big old freaking stack, but a 6. Six, 5, 5, 4. Kind of debating about just going through and doing all these real quick on all the rows, and then coming through and doing all the pipes. That'd probably be my easiest way to do this. Did I? No, I didn't shift over. You had to lose, and Casper missed out on chat being absolutely hopping. And me getting rated on YouTube. That was weird. It was nice, but definitely out of the ordinary. So that one's supposed to be 6 high. So does that. This one's only supposed to be 5. Does also remind me I need to set up some kind of notification for rates on YouTube. Because I didn't have any notification about that. Okay. That's another row. And go set up the last row. Put that back. I don't want to put it back. You can't make me. You're too tiny and small. Don't welcome her back. She'll start getting weird ideas. Nearly done. The worst thing is I probably don't even need to do this on this row, but I'm going to because that's the kind of stuff we do around here. No, Casper's just better at pretending. Oh, Maya, you know we like you. But if I didn't give you shit, you'd think there was something wrong. Oh well, I got bean juice. I'm happy. Magic bean juice makes the world go round. Tis better to have a wet noodle than a dry noodle. Alright, now we can actually start putting this all together. I got about 45 minutes left in the stream. I'm relatively happy with how far I got. Does make the title a slight bit clickbaity because I said I was turning it all into fuel. And I mean, I'm going to, but we're getting there. I mean, I got everything set up to process all the oil. It's a step in the right direction. If I can get the rubber and plastic and, you know, finish the heavy oil residue pipe stacks. And then get the rubber and plastic setup. I'll be kind of happy with this stream. And tomorrow we work on blenders and possibly converters. Yeah, we need to do shipment too. Now, if I can get rubber and plastic done today, get the blenders done tomorrow, and potentially some of the converters. Wednesday we start working on. We finish the converters. Start working on making all the compacted coal, or a good chunk of the compacted coal, because the way this factory works is when I make rocket fuel, I'll be getting some of the compacted coal back, so I won't even be able to run maximum turbo fuel until after I'm burning rocket fuel. This is another one of those systems that relies on a system to backfeed into a system. Basically, the process of making turbo fuel has a byproduct of compacted coal. Compacted coal makes turbo fuel. Turbo fuel is an ingredient in my rocket fuel. Damn, I'm struggling to build my starter factory. This man out here showing this game who's boss. I mean, a little bit. It looks so much worse when I go up. Oh, welcome in. How you doing, Azimuth? Now this playthrough is starting to look impressive. I mean, I'm sure many people thought what I call my baby mini factory is, or my baby mega factory, and you know, my little tiny small storage is pretty impressive, but no, this is when it gets impressive. It's going to be more impressive when I put down the 700 refineries for turbo fuel. I keep saying that number to myself just to kind of remind myself what kind of pain and suffering I have to look forward to. And bear in mind, I don't have to make 700. 700 just makes my math really easy. Short of the fact, where the hell am I going to put 700 freaking refineries? Yes, I am built over the ocean. And the major reason I'm built over the ocean is because I need a lot of water. Like, there's a fair amount of water extractors down here. And I haven't even started the next step that I have to do tomorrow. I think it's 112 water extractors. Okay, so we're gonna swing this one out. Well, we'll swing it out about here. I'm gonna take this one up to 7. This is when we switch to straight mode. There, we gotta swing it out a little bit farther. Let's go out to a half point. I'm also built up a little ways because I'm not out far enough to use straight mode. That's fine. Auto mode will work. No, auto mode will not work. How the hell did I make it work over here? I'm in straight mode. And that is, if you're there. I'm in about the same spot. Or am I all the way to the edge of that foundation? Ah, okay. I just need to come over half the foundation. And I should be able to use straight mode, which should allow this to work. Should. Hopefully. Please! Thank you. Thank you, kind sir. I appreciate it. Thank you for behaving yourself and actually working for a change. Because that should allow me to bring that one out. Yep. Awesome. Up 7. I'm guessing this is out farther than it should be. Yep, that's out farther. I love having to tear all this shit down because I put stuff in the wrong spot. Lock in place and scoot your butt over here. Nudgy, nudgy, nudge, 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 nudge. All right, you go up 6. Well, honestly, at this, with what I'm doing, this doesn't take all that long. A lot of this has been done with blueprints. And honestly, I really enjoy building without them. The sheer scope of the size of this build, kind of, even with how much dimensional storage I have, it can't keep up. Okay, that's in the right spot. So building manually like this allows me to just keep building instead of standing around with my thumb firmly planted somewhere waiting for dimensional storage to fill up. Alright. So now we get to put another one of these. We'll do it. Half nudge, full build, bring it back, bring it back, bring it back. Auto mode that. But you don't honestly think I built all these refineries and everything else that's over here without using blueprints. Yeah. I can see that. My biggest problem is I change stuff so much that sometimes without having like a dozen blueprints for every occasion it starts getting to be a mess. No, I said half nudge. Half nudgies. My issue is trying to make the miners look nice. Yeah. I want to do the skyblock mod when it comes to 1.2. And I know chat wants me to go do Satisfactory Plus again because they enjoy watching me cry and suffer and complain and whine. If you ever want a reason to whine and complain, Satisfactory Plus is right up there at the top of that list. And I know when I'm done with this power plant, I will be doing a maximum difficulty playthrough where the highest power consumption, the highest recipe cost, elevator parts, you know, everything I can do to make the game harder. And all impure nodes. That's my next agenda after doing the power plant. We got any weird ones? Nope. After I'm done with this power plant, I will be doing a maximum difficulty run where I turn the space elevator parts up to maximum, the recipe cost up to maximum, the power consumption up to maximum, and running all impure nodes. Basically, try to make the game as difficult as humanly possible. Because I hate myself. And that's about the only way I could really sum that one up. Satisfactory Plus is basically Satisfactory times 10. There are new elements, basically all your recipes have been changed and made a lot more difficult. There's new machines, there's new resource nodes. Yeah. And that doesn't look that bad, right? Satisfactory Plus is basically pain and suffering. Okay, get those out of there. We'll do that on the other ones. Yeah, Satisfactory Plus is a full overhaul. Kibitz tried it a few years ago and gave up. But the problem with Satisfactory Plus is it's never actually been completed. Okay. That is my polymer resin. I have 7 full Mark 6 belts. Or are you talking about what the belt itself is? This is the Mark 6 belts. Oh, they look even better when you start coloring them. Because they glow. Okay. So we got... I'm fairly certain that the Caterium is running okay. So let's go turn it off. the major issue spots that I need to check are at the beginning of each one of these belts. The last one on these belts. But that's full. So I'm going to say they're probably good. I'm too lazy to put down a conveyor throughput monitors and actually check. But as long as those smart splitters are set correctly, they should be good. Yeah. And I gotta turn all the rest of the world's Caterium into nitrogen. Okay. I don't want to do that. That takes away my flight. I mean, I've got my flight lines running through here, but I just want to turn that off so I can get rid of the sinks. And we'll turn them back on and let them fill up. They're not going to consume power, providing that there's no, they can't actually make anything. Yeah, the previous days back when Mark V belts were the best you had was kind of some dark days. And you gotta admit, this belt highway looks so much cleaner and nicer than that belt highway. Oh, every time I have to move that blueprint maker, it's a little in my way. It is less belts because I've been consuming belts. I think it's wider though. It might be wider than I want it to be, so I may be stacking limestone and iron up. That's what I'm worried about. That's why I'm talking about possibly stacking them up. Looks like I might just barely miss it. Let's find out. Nope, I'm gonna clear. Thank you for following over there on the Twitch. Eat more Sharky. I do greatly appreciate that. It looks like I'm just barely going to miss it. I might have some issues with some of this part that comes out, so I might have to stack up some of my iron on, like move it over one. That's one of the reasons why I don't know how many people noticed it. There was this painted line here. The only thing I did not factor in, I forgot to factor bringing my quartz crystal over here. Well, I mean, I could stack my SAM up onto a single row of 4 instead of the 2 rows of 2. The only problem with the SAM is the SAM goes a lot of different places. The silica all goes to one place, that's nuclear. The sulfur, I think all this sulfur goes to one place. All the bauxite goes to making uranium. The Caterium gets made into nitrogen. Some of the copper gets turned into stuff. Some of the limestone. So the coal all goes to. We'll be using the coal here soon, so I don't know. We'll figure it out when we need to figure it out. I mean, you know, I don't ever plan ahead. Okay, Caterium is powered up. The scary thing would be if I ever tried to, if I really sat down and tried to explain the physics behind, how I got all my oil here. Or no, that's not how I want to do it. That's not how I do it. A power pole here. Split off the power pole. That goes to you. You go to you. You go up to you. Best thing about 1.2 is the daisy chaining. I don't honestly know how much oil I can convert at the moment. Because remember, I'm using a fair amount in a couple spots just to make power, because I kind of need that power at the moment. I don't have all that much power just yet. Yeah, daisy chaining is probably about the only thing from 1.2 that I really enjoy. That and the ability to blow up uranium nodes. Or the uranium rocks. Made getting the miners down really easy. The 429 I had to place. I don't foresee it being more than like another month or two before it goes live. I'd kind of like to have this done before it goes live, but I'm not holding my breath. I know I've still got a few weeks of building left. Yes, I am on experimental. This is 1.2. That's the entire reason I was able to hook up my power the way I just did. I got no yellow lights. I mean, I'm going to, because the pipes are going to fill up, the machines are going to fill up, the belts are going to fill up. I got a couple. You're not getting enough oil, which doesn't surprise me. That's probably one that's got a valve on it. One thing to note, daisy chaining is something you unlock in the MAM. So to get daisy chaining the way I hooked up my power, you do need to come into the Caterium tree, and it is this node right here. You have to unlock this node to get daisy chaining.
Additional research to integrate Summersloops safely and efficiently into Fixit technology.
The warhead contains scripture, contains instruments to compose symphonies of root and rotten recycling.
Yeah.
I see. It seems we truly are building understanding.
Sorry, I tried to tab out so I can check my modeler file. So I need 6,000 polymer resin to go to my plastic, and about 2 belts worth of going to my rubber. So that's not too bad. So each one of these is going to slurp down 145.271. 1,200 divided by... I can feed about 8 machines. Not a problem at all. The other major research in 1.2 is under quartz. No, it's under alien technology. It's this node. That's where you get your spawn. Kind of wish I never would have unlocked it because I don't use it. So if you want to use the spawn, the respawn point, make sure you carry you got some biomass and no actual biomass, not solid biofuel, not liquid biofuel, just normal biomass in your dimensional storage. Okay. So I've got 12 machines here. That's basically 2 belts. Yeah, not a problem at all. I want to educate people on this as much as I can. Straighten my pipes. What do you mean? Well, you talking about this? I did that intentionally. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We'll have a priority merger here. And a smart splitter here. This needs to be in def. Oh, street mode's actually going to behave itself. Yeah, and the reason why I've got it looking like that is because I've got this pipe coming in, so I needed straight mode to get that up out of the way. Okay. The only problem is that's too much. I'm over. How does making? Yeah, you're making too many ingots. Might as well use them. You're gonna need the trigons. Yeah, you've watched enough of my playthrough to see just how fast I burn through trigons. Now, the only problem is I got 12 machines here. That's only 1,700 polymer resin. So I don't need 2 full belts going there. Let's go see how much rubber is going to take. Using a brisk 1.1 SAM per minute. Oh, I'm gonna have you beat. Remember, the idea for this playthrough was to use every drop of every resource possible to make as much power as needed. I literally have a spot that I have to put down a converter to turn limestone and SAM into coal, and that converter is running at 0.5589%, consuming 0.0 SAM per minute to make 0.67 coal per minute. Just so I could say I'm using every single speck of SAM. Okay, Casper, can you do me a small favor real quick and write down that number? I don't care. Okay, So this is going to take 95.775. And there's 6 machines here. Okay, I need that one as well. Thank you. That's 574.65 plus 1743.252. Ooh. No. Hey. That's a good number. Why is that a good number? Because I've got 2,400 coming in here. So I could just bip this from here to there. Why the fuck are you guys not in the... No! No! Evil! Evil! Well, that should be... Ow. Alright. Why am I not getting lines? I want my lines. Where's my freaking... Stupid son of a bitch not being in the right spot. Oh, by the way, if anybody's new here, I'm really, really anal. If you couldn't tell. Oh my god! How the... I never touched page up, page down. It's got to be in the right spot. If it's not in the right spot, it's not in the right spot. And it must be moved. I don't make the rules. Nice straight belt. You made 3 wire per minute. And thank you to YouTube subscriber number 408. Almost said 7. That was a hot minute ago. That one's in a nice straight line. Don't need to do any more. Okay, cool. It was just that one that was out of place. By 1 tick. Yes, that's enough to tick me off. Unintended. Alright, we'll put a smart splitter there, that way I can get the, like, 82.008, or 098, yeah, that's, get one more and we'll have 10 for the stream again. Yeah, I'd be kind of surprised if we get one more sub in the next 10 minutes. But I mean, honestly, I'm happy with getting. I'm happy getting 1 sub per stream. Okay. We need to do a little math. That is the 145.271 times 10, which kind of sucks because that's 2 belts. Again. Let's grab the farther one. Bring it as close to this guy as we can get. Okay. We do know that we can feed 8 machines with this. So that's 8. That tells me I need my hunky-dory weirdness here. I have no idea what 10 pundit is. Okay. Oh, 574.65. So we'll do roughly the same thing we did here. Take a smart splitter, and we'll nudge it into place over here. And we'll feed that on. That way we can grab the overflow from here. We can grab the overflow from here. We'll just go over and go into mergers. And thank you for subscribing to the channel there, Rab1, with the Twitchy Prime. I appreciate it. I guess it's Rabbit. Rabbit Goose. Yeah, oh yeah, that makes sense. Now this is from the person who can read the Becky and the useless on the other God, words. Why are you being so difficult today, words? When Ada's talking about the other 2 pioneers, it's literally Becky and useless. Okay. I want to try to get this done. We'll move the power pole. That's not actually there. That's a figment of your imagination. Ada's the one that talked about Becky. Also, from what I saw, that's the supposed to be who does the lore dump that's coming up. If you're not aware, Coffee Stain is going to do a lore dump for Satisfactory. Okay, so I got one more belt to bring over here. And it's actually sitting right here. I think it's on the 14th. Okay, we don't need a smart splitter here because we're literally going to be bringing the contents of all those other smart splitters here. And my idea is literally just to drop them into mergers. I think that's going to be the easiest way to do this. I gotta hurry up with this because I gotta pee. But I want to get this done. Ladder be damned. Actually, do these turned. Ladder, I ain't got time for your shit. I'm playing factory building math torture game. Okay, output from here, you go in there, you come from here and go in here. And then you come from here and there we go. Yeah, set these to correct. Yeah, probably a good idea, Cheese. That's a little bit late. We'll see you later, bud. Thanks for stopping in. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for keeping me company. Okay, these are supposed to be smart splitters. Any that way, overflow that way. Well, that's actually set right. How the fuck did you get set right? I'm not complaining. Nope, not you. You. Alright. Now we set this to connect it there. That way all the overflow from those should stack up over here. Just need to set the priority mergers to take from the center. Now this merger may have to move down the line a little bit. And there's my bell. It is 8 o'clock. I have been streaming for the last 7 hours. We got Caterium done. We got oil done. We got an alternate heavy oil residue. And we got polymer resin. And we got rubber and plastic done. I just need to set up water pipes and my out belts. So I need liquid intake and solid output. And those two are done. But that won't take any time at all tomorrow. If you have not already, please remember to smack that like button like it owes you money. If you're new here, lurking, or watching this after the fact, and somehow you made it through the last 7 hours of this cluster of a build, be sure to smack that subscribe button over there on the YouTube, follow button over on the Twitch. I'll be back tomorrow, and until then, I have been a midget. Obviously. Bye, everybody.